is 5:52 a.m. here in Plainview. Here we go. We're doing this. The ANTALYA FIG Artistic World Challenge Cup Series event finals. It's going to be a long one, so settle in, grab some popcorn, girl, and let's do this. Let's watch some gymnastics. Yes. Okay, where is the window? Ooh, that's not the window. There it is. Found it. Cutie. Okay. I'm going to let you start coming in because it's going to be a long morning of gymnastics. We love that for us. So yeah, thank you so much for joining us. If you're joining us from anywhere in the world, welcome. I'm Maddox. I'm exhausted, as per usual. So yeah, let's do this. Higher gymnastics, and I'm so happy I don't have to commentate. Hopefully, I don't have to. I'm sure Ollie will be commentating. I think about that. Well, we're about to find out, girl. Here we go. In a minute and 47 segundos. All right. This is exciting. Let's see, thoughts before it starts. Excited to see the Brazilians as always. Excited to see a lot of the men's, but definitely Rebe and Flavia, Lorraine, of course, Melanie de Jesus Santos, of course. And so, yeah, who are you excited to see? Let me know in the chat. Where are you watching from? Where are you joining us from? Do you have a snack? What are you snacking on? I'm probably going to make myself some coffee or something. Ooh, my burrito. Sounds really good. Here we go. 1 minute. It really messed me up because like the time changed and everything over there. So I was like, oh, I was about to start. No, an hour more, Alex. I'm like, oh, okay, fine. Time change. Guess it affects all of us. Same. Why is this not finishing rendering? That's so weird. I'm going to minimize you for the time being. Don't mind me. I'm just talking out loud. All right, girly. So exciting. My mom's always wanted to go to Turkey. I should take her someday. Sometime. All right. Last 24 seconds. So yeah, I'll be in the chat. Join us, join in the conversation, do all the things. I love you. I will see you in the chat. Bye. Enjoy.
The very warmest of welcomes to you indeed, to the turquoise coast at the Turkish Riviera and to the Antalya Gymnastics Hall in Turkey at the start of this action-packed session of artistic gymnastics. This is what is coming up over the next several hours of competition. double your normal fun on a Sunday of apparatus gymnastics, because we have all 10 finals to take place, starting with the traditional day one. That'll carry us through to the women's uneven bars final and the end of that. Then there'll be a short break before we return for the men's vault final, which normally kicks off day two. But as I say, all of this taking place on a single day, as has been the tradition of the Turkey World Challenge Cup, which used to be in Mersin, has now moved to Antalya. It's going to be a very busy session indeed for all of the officials and for you watching on from wherever in the world you call home. Welcome. It's great to have your company for some exciting gymnastics from the tourism capital of Turkey, and well known to those of you who follow the sport, because this venue hosted the Junior World Championships last year. Antalya itself, as a city, hosted the European Championships just a couple of weeks after those Junior World Championships. So this is a tried and tested city, a tried and tested space, and much loved by all of the gymnasts. It's a very beautiful part of the world. It's a great city to go out for a stroll. The coastline is exquisite. The architecture in Antalya is fascinating. Fine food, fine company as well. It's a friendly and welcoming city. It's got a very nice feel to it. And we've got a nice feel to the day, with lots of gymnastics coming up, starting with the men's floor final. And then we'll run simultaneously the men's pommel horse and women's vault competitions, and the showpiece attraction for many in the first half of the session will be the men's rings final, because of the appearance of the world champion from 2022, Turkey's own Adam Asil, and the world champion from 2019, the gentleman who got it all started for this nation, in really making them believe that they could be world leading gymnasts. Ibrahim Cholak is competing. He has a very special place in the history of gymnastics in Turkey. The gymnasts who have qualified for these finals will be supported by their teammates in the delegations watching on. Much to contemplate, much to ponder, as we think about some of the big names that will be competing here today, including the likes of Rebecca Andrade, welcome one and all to Antalya in Turkey and the start of competition. We've got 10 finals coming your way over the next 5 or 6 hours in the sport of artistic gymnastics. This, the first World Challenge Cup of 2024. It's not part of the formal Olympic qualification process, unlike the World Cup events, but it is a chance to see gymnasts, many of whom will be competing at the Olympiad, going through essential preparations. The host nation will be in action early on with 2 of their biggest stars, and we truly have gymnasts from all over the world. The men's floor final will be our first order of business. Then we'll have the men's pommel horse and women's vault, the men's rings and women's uneven bars in the first half of our session. Let's have a look at your contenders. Spain's Joel Plata, Mediterranean Games all-around silver medalist. His teammate Nicolau Mir, who won a silver medal at the World Challenge Cup last year. Ahmet Under of Turkey, the top performer in qualification. Benedikt Tomčani of Hungary, the third best in qualification and a European Championship medalist in Turkey in 2020. Richard Plate of Latvia, his second World Cup final. We also have Adam Asil of Turkey, who's in the wrong place and has swapped over with Ekhimbayir or Sukbayir of Mongolia, the 8th best in qualification, who made his World Championship debut last year. And we have Diogo Soares of Brazil, the 7th best in qualification. The finalists in the men's floor competition, and the top performer in qualification, Ahmet Under of the host nation, the 27-year-old from Ödemiş in Izmir province, about 500 kilometres northwest of Antalya, will be hoping to get his 6th World Cup gold medal today. Great pleasure to have your company wherever in the world you're watching the action from. My name's Ollie Hogben, and I'll be talking you through all of the finals today, but don't let that put you off too much. It should be very, very intriguing. We've got genuine prospects of some famous firsts. There could be nations achieving World Challenge Cup or World Cup in any kind success for the first time today. Having a look there at Benedikt Tomčani. 22, he's from Budapest, which is getting itself geared up to host the European Championships of Rhythmic Gymnastics in May. Should be a wonderful event in a wonderful city. 2 Spaniards taking part in this final, Joel Plata and Nicolau Mir. They were 4th and 5th in qualification respectively, and will get us underway. There is Ahmet Under. We're looking over his shoulder. He's the reigning floor champion from the Islamic Solidarity Games, which took place in Turkey in 2022, the delayed games. And he was also the runner-up at the Mediterranean Games in Algeria. He has a handsome total of 22 World Cup medals. Ahmet Under. We'll come back to him later. The men's floor final begins with a very experienced young gymnast, 26, Joel Plata, in many ways in the prime spell of his career, despite a dreadful injury due to a car accident last year. He's been achieving some super international results in the last couple of years. He was the 4th best in qualification with 13.85. Looking tidy so far. He's only got 1 medal at World Cup level, and that was back in 2018. He's made a lot of finals. Very fluid and well controlled Wendeschwings. It's a nice move through into handstand as well, quite elegant. He's very slightly low in terms of his landing position there, but he arrested it nicely. Well, that's a good looking display from Joel Plata to get us started in this men's floor final. No wonder he reacts as he does. His execution in qualification was 8.15. There's absolutely room for this score to grow quite considerably. On the whole, some secure landing, some good form. Quite a lot to enjoy about that display from the gentleman from Barcelona, who is now based in Madrid. next we have a man from a very different part of Spain. This is Nicolau Mir from Palma in Mallorca and the Balearic Islands. Oh, we just about found Joel Platter. We haven't found a score yet for him. He's a man of very strong faith after his dreadful vehicle accident. He thanked God for the second chance that he had been given at life. His attitude has been extraordinarily stoic and positive. Now, he has apparently received a score. We don't know what it is. Hopefully we will soon. .25. No surprise that he's well up from qualification. Execution 4/10 better than in the preliminary round. To Nicolau Mir from Spain. Unfortunately, landing well, but landing well out of bounds. 13.75 his qualification score. Nice kineticism in his twisting work. He's had success at World Challenge Cup level on floor. Won a silver medal in Tel Aviv last year. Does look nice in the air as he twists. Nicolau Mir. Lots of it was quite clean, some little landing deductions here and there. The 23-year-old who, in his words, was born in the gym because his parents run a club in the lovely city of Palma. I don't know if you've been to that part of the world, but I thoroughly recommend the Balearic Islands, Mallorca especially, and Palma is a charming city. I invoke the words of the local writer Peter Ernest Vokes, who described Palma as a city of tapas and terpsichore where the trials of the day become a mere bagatelle as music drifts into the Mediterranean night. And there weren't many trials in his twisting work. Nicolau Mir looked very clean. Just missed out on the top 5 at the National Championships last year in the all-around competition after being the runner-up in 2022. The Spanish men have secured a full complement at the Paris 2024 Olympiad. And for their gymnasts now, it's about doing all that they can to persuade the selectors that they are the safe pair of hands required to superintend a team competition. Well, seems a bit harsh, doesn't it? Don't think that was quite the right score. We'll come back to that. That's not Nicolau Mir, that's Ahmed Under. That's the floor with some cabling on it. Slightly over rotated in that first tumbling pass. Does well there with a slightly low landing position to keep his feet planted. He was the top qualifier, Ahmed Under, with 14.65. The number produced by Joel Platter has somewhat upped the stakes, though, because it doesn't allow Under much margin for error, especially knowing that he's got Adam Asil to come. A lack of clarity there from Ahmed Under on the first and last tumbling passes. The interior of the routine was quite tidy. And it will be interesting to compare the execution score there. He was very high in qualification, 8.85. It was beautifully executed. And it might be something of a challenge to get up to that. We look back at this performance from the 27-year-old from a very different part of the country. 500 kilometres northwest of Antalya in Izmir province, where the bulk of the Turkish men's team calls home. Just to remind you, 14.65 his score in qualification. And that with an 8.85 for difficulty. It's going to execution, I should say. It's going to be hard to match that. And he was the second highest execution scorer in the whole of qualification. Adam Asil was 500ths better. Apologies on the lack of a score for Nicolas Almir. We're working on bringing you that as soon as we can. The next gymnast will be Benedikt Tomchani, who will take us to the end of the first half of this men's floor final. And there he is, waiting for his opportunity in a country that he has very fond memories of, having won a European Championship team bronze medal in Mersin in 2020. Massive result that was for the Hungarian men. Certainly Ahmed Under, a gymnast who has strong aspirations to get back to the Olympiad and finish that all-around final that he couldn't complete in Tokyo, where he had to pull out at the halfway stage. Just to update you on Nicolas Almir, 13.25 was his score. So a full mark shy of Joel Platter. Ahmed Under was the gymnast who won the World Challenge Cup title in Mersin, the predecessor of this competition last year. Again, he seems to have been given 0, which Again, he's clearly not quite the right number. Sorry about all of this. Now we go to Benedict Tomchani. Nice judgment of the escape out of the tuck position. He was the third best in qualification with 13.9. That was much more stable. He's come here, Tomchani, fresh from the National Championships where he won a gold medal and a silver medal. And he won the Hungarian Masters title on floor in Budapest at the end of last year. So that concludes the first half of this men's floor final. Benedict Tomchani with a score of 13.9 in the preliminary phase. He is an undergraduate at the Hungarian University of Sports Science in Budapest. You have to feel for him because the last World Championships, which was such an important World Championships, were not easy for him. He'd had dreadful cartilage problems I should say, in his left knee throughout last year. Missed the European Championships in this country. Once again we wait for the score for Ahmed Under. Just a few little scoring issues here and there going on in this first final of the day, but there's time to put it right because we've got 10 finals to bring you over the next several hours. What a special moment it would have been for young Benny Tomchani winning that floor title at the Masters Championships in his home city, along with winning the pommel horse title. Although he does now spend probably more time in Győr than in Budapest. Győr, the city that hosted the first Artistic Gymnastics Junior World Championships. That was in 2019. And from there it went on to be in Antalya last year. Straight after this we'll move to the pommel horse and women's vault finals, and they will run alternately, so it should become a slightly snappier move through the competition. .5 Benedict Tomchani's score. He's in second place behind Joel Platter. We are looking now at a young man from Latvia, Richards Plate, who had some issues with his opening pass and He was under-rotated on the second. 6th best in qualification. 13.7. It's a good accomplishment this for him, making it into the final. He was 8th last year in this same World Cup in Mersin. This is just his second international final as a senior. And he is an exceptionally hard-working young man who has just got steadily better and better as the years have gone on, quietly getting stronger. He's a fiercely intelligent chap as well, an undergraduate in electrical engineering at the Riga Technical University, and that took him to compete at the World University Games in China last year, where he was the flag bearer for the opening ceremony. Thus brings to a conclusion the performance of Richard Plate. He's had the great experience of being coached by Igor Virovs, who won the Olympic title on floor in Sydney in 2000. Unfortunately, from Plate's perspective, the execution will take a little bit of a battering here and there for some of the landing positions. He also didn't necessarily have the cleanest form in the Wendeschwings, but all of his landings, or most of them, just had little adjustments hither and thither, which will eat away attritionally at that score. But there is absolutely no doubt that he is going in the right direction as a young athlete, and his tenacity is very impressive and admirable. He's from another of the famous European seaside resorts in Jomala. Has a very slightly different climate from Antalya, but it has been a popular northern European seaside destination for many, many years, particularly during the 1970s and 80s, Jomala. Probably not quite as pleasant taking a dip in the water there as it is in Antalya. Little chillier. Adam Asil. He will be the next gymnast to go. Pleased to have made it to this final, and rightly so. Richard Plate. He's now competed at 3 World Championships. Hold on just a moment, they say. 12.25 for Richard Plate. That has him in 5th position. Just behind Amadunde, who scored 12.46. Now to Adem Asil. He's got a good opportunity to win this. Second best in qualification. Quite tight in the air. Decent form. And then a little of that still rings work on the floor. Going into the Maltese style position, or the planche position. didn't push the difficulty too hard in qualification. 5.5. This is a gymnast who is absolutely focused like nobody's business on the Olympiad. And with just cause, because he has to be regarded as one of the contending pack going into Paris for some form of honours. He is, after all, the reigning European all-around champion, Adam Asil. The man born in Alexandria in Egypt, but who's lived in Turkey for the best part of a decade now. From a tidiness point of view, that looked just the ticket. His form is good in the pike position. He's not somebody who gives a great deal away from an execution standpoint in terms of leg separation. It's compact tumbling work. The leading score is 14.25. That's Jules Platter, who was the fourth best in qualification. The top performer and the second best, or the third best performer I should say, have struggled a little. And that, one imagines, opens the door a little for Adam Asil. And unsurprisingly, he leads 14.4. Look at that execution score of 8.9. Just added a little extra difficulty. Now to Ikhimbair Usukbair of Mongolia. The 8th best in qualification. Good height in the first tumbling pass, although he did lapse out of bounds. 22-year-old is from Ulaanbaatar. He's going to be competing later on today in the vault competition, where there will be 2 Mongolians. And he was 5th on vault at the Asian Championships last year in Singapore. And made that look very tidy. It's going to be difficult for him to contend due to some of those landing issues, but there's promise in this youngster's work. He's done very well to make it into the final as the 8th best in the preliminary stage. 5.6 difficulty, 8.2 execution. So he did have the second lowest execution score of all of the qualifiers. So let's have a look back at this performance from Ikhimbair Usukbair. There's a real opportunity for one of the Mongolians to actually get onto the vault podium later, and if they do, they will be the first from their nation ever to win a medal in an artistic gymnastics competition that is on the global stage. And that is at senior level, because I'm sure many of you remember that it was on vault where Mongolia won the Youth Olympic title in 2010. That was won by Ganbatian Erdenebold. But it's nice to see this young athlete in his third World Cup final. So the score is 13.1 for Isimbayer Sukbayer. And we now have Diogo Suarez. Massive amplitude at the cost of his landing precision from the 21-year-old. Not sure that was as it should have been. Completely as it should have been, but his flare work is very nice. First Thomas flares that we've seen on the floor in this final. They are increasingly rare now. A little low in the second part of the pass. Quite surprisingly, his first ever apparatus final in World Cup competition. He did compete in one of the old all-around World Cups back in the day. Oh dear, that was a rather jarring landing. Looks as though he's all right, but that was an uncomfortable one right at the end for Diogo Suarez. He's got a little protection around the left ankle anyway. He was the 7th best in qualification with a score of 13.7. I don't think there's too much doubt that this is Adam Asil's title. Joel Platter currently sits second on 14.25. Twice a Youth Olympic Games medalist, including in the all-around competition in Buenos Aires. We've just had the formal announcement of Adam Asil's win. We are just waiting now for Diogo Suarez's score, so we are still in the dark, literally and figuratively. And there it is. 12.55 for Diogo Suarez. Had him in 6th position. And we'll confirm those classified results in just a moment, but first and foremost, here are the contenders in the women's vault competition. The men's pommel horse and women's vault competitions. Well, we're focusing on the pommel horse, but here are the women's vault finalists. Bilge Tarhan of Turkey, Liao Yichun of Chinese Taipei, Greta Moya of Hungary, second best in qualification. There is Huang Tzuxing of Chinese Taipei, sixth best in qualifying. Top qualifier, Chasha Kiselev of Slovenia, winner of 24 World Cup medals. Oksana Chusovitna of Uzbekistan, third best in qualification. Sara Peta of Hungary, the fourth best in qualifying and the European Games bronze medalist in 2019. Ruby Stacey of Great Britain, eighth best in qualifying. And Morgane Ossisek of France, the fifth best in qualification. Runner-up at the French National Championships last year. The pommel horse finalist, Tierno Diallo of Spain. Daniel Carrion, his teammate, they were 7th and 5th respectively in qualifying. There's Mir Tekulucher of Turkey, 6th best in qualifying. Radomir Stelmach of Ukraine, 4th best in qualification. European Youth Olympic Festival medalist. Zainola Idrisov of Kazakhstan, the Junior World Championship runner-up in this building last year. Mateo Zhugets of Croatia, reigning Mediterranean Games champion. Nariman Kurbanov of Kazakhstan, top qualifier and the Asian champion. And there is the final gymnast, Ahmad Abu Al-Soud of Jordan, twice a World Championship medalist. The classified results in the men's floor competition: the bronze to Benedikt Tomčani of Hungary, a best ever World Cup result for Joel Plata of Spain as he finishes second, and Adam Asil of Turkey wins the title from the second best position in qualification. Commiserations to Nicolau Mir and the youngster from Mongolia, Ikhimbair Usukbair, who just missed out by about half a mark or so on a place on the podium. The finalists in the women's vault competition, and the top performer in qualification, Chasha Kiselev of Slovenia, the 30-year-old from Ljubljana, who's been a finalist at European Championship level. She is going in pursuit of a 5th World Cup title and a 25th medal. The men's pommel horse final. Top performer in qualification, Nariman Kurbanov. 4th at the World Championships in 2021 and 2022, but who struggled in Antwerp. He was 16th. This season he has been a World Cup winner. That was in Cottbus. Radomir Stelmach warming up on pommel horse. He was the 4th best in qualifying. He was the runner-up at the European Youth Olympic Festival in 2022 in Slovakia. We begin with the reigning Spanish all-around national champion, Tierno Diallo. He was the 7th best in qualification with 13.5. Competed in this country, in this city, last year at his 5th Senior European Championships. And he won the bronze medal on the parallel bars for the biggest result of his career individually. Let's see what he can do in this pommel horse final. Scissor work up into handstand. Decent clearance so far with a small amount of bend at the midsection, but not a lot. Fender swings were quite rapid and reasonably well controlled. Magyar to Shivado. A slight overarch just as he went round into that pirouette, but it was well performed as a first display from Tiano Diallo of Spain. What a successful last year it was for him in terms of the milestones he reached. On the women's vault final, underway with Bilge Tarhan. Gymnast from Turkey, who is in as a wild card. Host nation entitled to have representation in one of the finals, and she was the 9th best performer in qualification, so she almost made it in anyway. Come back to her in just a moment. 13.3 for Diallo, so he's down by 2/10 from qualification. Bilge Tarhan opening with full twisting Yurchenko, for which he scored 12.95 in the preliminary round. She was a finalist on vault at the European Championships in Antalya last year. 12.533 being indicated on the scoreboard for that first vault, down by about 4/10 from qualification. The second vault now for Bilge Tarhan. And that was more strongly executed. She scored 12.05 for her second vault in qualification. That was the one that she actually had real issues with. And I think what's interesting there is she went for the handspring front pike half. I believe, based on the difficulty score from qualification, she's only employed the handspring front pike here, which is just a couple of tenths lower in difficulty. So that may well be due to the execution issues that she had with the handspring front pike half. We'll come back to that. Now to Daniel Carrion. 5th best in qualification. Working quite hard for clearance, and yes, unfortunately just ran out of breathing space there, the 19-year-old from Sevilla. Carrion is based at the Blume Club in Gran Canaria. Now that was the score for Bilge Tarhan's second vault, but we haven't got a sense of her total score. We'll come back to that in due course as we see the conclusion of Daniel Carrion's routine. I was mentioning that he trains at the Blume Club in Gran Canaria. It's named after Joaquim Blume, a wonderful gymnast from Barcelona who died at the age of 25 in a plane crash heading to an exhibition competition in the Canary Islands in 1959. 65 years ago next month. And so his legacy, the great Joaquim Blume's legacy, is kept alive by the name of the club in the Canary Islands, also by a competition that takes place in Spain every year. We look back at this performance from Daniel Carrion. Got through the second part of the routine nicely, quite a secure pirouette at the end. Was nicely done by Liao Yichun of Chinese Taipei, full twisting Yurchenko opening vault. She scored 13 for it in qualification, the 16-year-old. 12.25 is the score for Daniel Carrion. Now the second vault for Liao Yichun. And that's the lesser difficulty vault, the layout Tsukahara, for the 16-year-old who made her debut at the World Championships last year. It's a World Cup debut for her as well. I'm sorry that we're struggling to give you the vault scores. I shall endeavour to get them as soon as I can. Now we go to Mehmet Kuluçer of Turkey, 6th best in qualification. Just 19, this newer member of the national team squad from Ankara province. But he's moving reasonably well. It's not the most fiercely difficult of routines, but the execution quite good. A little break here and there in his leg form. But that is quite well done by Mehmet Kuluçer. He really impressed at the national championships not so long ago, winning a silver medal on the parallel bars. Last year was his first as a senior. And he's at Ege University as an undergraduate, which puts him with virtually the rest of the national team. So he trains alongside them on a daily basis. And that's been great for his development. Meanwhile, that was the first vault from Greta Moya. I apologise that we missed that. She was the second best in qualification as well, so we cannot be missing a performance of the national champion of Hungary, because she's a real contender to get onto the podium. Now to her second vault. And a layout Yurchenko for her, 3.6 difficulty. And from an execution standpoint, that should do well. 12.85 is the score for Merte Kulocher. There's not a lot to deduct there, is there, from an execution standpoint? That's a great way to maximise what you can do with a lower difficulty vault. Now, just to bring you the average scores, 12.383 for Bilge Tahan, and for Liao Yichun, 12.784. Next, we're going to see a 19-year-old from Chinese Taipei, Huang Zuxing. She is from Fujian province, which is not actually on Taiwan island itself, but it's 3 small archipelagos right by the Chinese coast. And she really did have some struggles there with landing stability. That vault scored 12.8 in qualification. Never quite seemed right in the full twisting Yurchenko from the moment that she made contact with the springboard. This is her World Cup debut, her first international final, so it's a great milestone moment for her, and hopefully one that will really bolster her confidence. Huang Zuxing with one more vault to go. We only saw her once internationally last year. It was at the Asian Championships, where she only competed on balance beam. Now she is indicating that she'll do the handspring front pike half, which is what we saw from Bilge Tahan in the preliminary round. But Tahan elected just to go for the handspring front pike. And there we do get that 4.0 difficulty vault from Huang Zuxing. And that was well performed by and large. Nice vault that from the teenager. And congratulations to her on her first international final. Now it was 12.784 for Liao Yichun. That's the leading score so far, but we haven't had confirmation of Greta Moyer's score yet. This now is Radomir Stelmach. Stelmach scored 14.1 in the preliminary round. Got good height. Working, facing the apparatus. Nice attempt to keep the toes pointed in the Wenderschwings. It's purposeful. Can he keep the kineticism going into the dismount? Maybe a slight sense that it lost some of its dynamism, but a lot that was quite successful about that display. As we're now getting ready for the second half of this vault competition with Chasha Kiselev, the one to watch. 12.9 for Greta Moyer. I believe that is the average score, but it's not entirely clear. Yes, I can confirm that that is the case. So 13.1 for the first vault and 12.7 for the second vault for Greta Moya. So she leads. We have got the 48-year-old Oksana Chusovitna, who was the third best in qualification to come. I don't think there's much doubt the favourite is Chasha Kiselev. Kiselev has got a fair old difficulty cushion based on what we saw in qualification. And just to remind you that it is a 9-strong women's vault final. 12.134 is the average score for Huang Tzu Sing, and that has her in 4th position. Young Mateo Zhugets will be the 6th to go on the men's pommel horse. Reigning Mediterranean Games champion from one of the world's great pommel horse nations, of course, in Croatia. But now to a Slovenian, Chasha Kiselev. Kiselev, who made the European Championship final in 2021. Warm-ups will take a little longer for vault, not least because we've got that extra competitor. And we will finish with a gymnast for whom Turkey is a rather special place. We'll come back to that later because it's a 14 for Stelmach, and he has gone into the gold medal position at the halfway stage. But just a little more on Ahmad Abu Al-Soud. He's risen to be one of the finest pommel horse gymnasts in the world. And what he has done all started at the World Challenge Cups in Turkey. The first time we really started to see him on the podium internationally, going back almost a decade now, was in this country. To Kazakhstan's Inola Idrisov, 5th to go in the men's pommel horse final. Back to the scene of his bronze medal at the Junior World Championships last year. A little bit of an issue early on. But it was in this building that he placed in the top 3 of the world's junior gymnasts, to mark him out as one to watch in the next generation. He's developing nicely. A first ever senior international final for Zenola Idrisov. He was also the joint World Schools champion in 2022. Now to a veteran vaulter and somebody who is favoured to win this title. Slovenia's Chasha Kiselev. Well, she does manage to land that 1.5 twisting Yurchenko vault well. The form in the air perhaps had a lack of clarity. Yes, a slight lack of precision in that vault, which scored 13.5 in qualification. Second vault for Kiselev. And that is stronger. 13.05 in qualification. Is it going to be sufficient to take her ahead of Greta Moyer? So the handspring front tuck full for the second vault for Chasha Kiselev. We'll update you on the score for Zinul Idrisov in due course as well. Mateo Zugec of Croatia, the 8th best in qualification, the reigning Mediterranean Games champion. 13.5 was his qualification score. He's giving away a little here and there with some of the leg issues, but he's moving powerfully through his Wendeschwings. And he's got that nice straight body position back for the Magyar Shivado combination, which is great. Oh, he just clipped the apparatus. What a shame. Seemed to be motoring his way through to the end. Now Zinul Idrisov scores 14. This on the back of that bronze medal that he won in his first senior international final in Cairo. Could well be a second medal of the season for Zinul Idrisov. And Zugec completes his performance. What an unfortunate moment that was for him. Now to Oksana Chusevitna. Third best in qualification. The absolute veteran vaulter. Oh, she started well. She started very well. The gymnast who won the junior national title in the Soviet Union in 1988. That gives you some sense of the extraordinary longevity. And the world champion on vault 21 years ago. We go back to Kiselev, 13.017, so she does go into the lead. Just ahead of Greta Moyer on 12.9, but there's a real chance for Chusevitna to factor into the equation to be part of the podium. She was the overall World Cup vault champion last season. And the second vault, the handspring front pike half from Oksana Chusovitna. Quite a pike landing, needing that stability, waving of the arms just to hold her position as best she could. 12.4 for Mateo Jugets. Now we are at Nariman Kurbanov, the favourite to win this after he scored a remarkable 15.6 in qualification. Keeping his body nice and straight. Oh, it's very smooth. His clearance is good too. Had a tiny flicker of leg separation, but not a great deal. Nariman Kurbanov performs that securely enough, surely, to go comfortably into a leading position. 14 is the top score so far. And that's his own teammate, Idrisov. Nice gesture of respect from Oksana Chusovitna. Did well to hold that landing on the full twisting Yurchenko. Sarapeta looked a touch compressed as she came to ground. The 21-year-old from Budapest who won the bronze medal at the European Games in 2019. Wondered if she was walking a touch gingerly there for a moment. .917 for Oksana Chusovitna. She's in second place. Didn't quite have the execution of that second vault to go ahead of Kiselev after starting with the full twisting layout Tsukahara. Now to the last gentleman in this pommel horse final. We're waiting on the score for Nariman Kurbanov to give an idea of what Ahmad Dabou Al Saud has got to do. We'll come back to that in due course. Here is the second vault for Sarapeta. She also employs the handspring front pike half. Well, she's performed those two vaults well. Sarapeta could contend. 14.85 for Kurbanov. Down quite a bit from qualification. It was always going to be very difficult to meet that mark. But does it give this gentleman a chance? Because he scored 14.9. Oh, he had some leg separation there. 14.9 in qualification. He does pirouette well to conclude the routine. Ahmad Dabou Al Saud, he's certainly going to be up there in terms of the quest for a medal. Whether it will be sufficient to catch Kurbanov is less clear, or less certain, I should say. Now to Ruby Stacey of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. She starts with a nice looking full twisting Yurchenko. That had good flight, secure execution. The 19-year-old from Tavistock in the west of Devon, in the south west of Great Britain. She celebrated winning the vault title at the Rushmore Rose Bowl in Aldershot last year, a very historic and much loved competition in the British calendar. Now the second vault coming for Ruby Stacey, and she does well to stabilise a slightly unaligned landing. She was coming down a little backwards and held it well. Good gymnastics from Ruby Stacey, as Sarah Petter has 12.717. So that places her fifth. It's a very tight final, actually. Really just a matter of a step here and there on landing, separating the top 4 or 5 gymnasts. He has just done it. 14.9, Ahmad Abu Al-Saud. He's beaten Kurbanov. And in this very special place for him in Turkey, where his journey to becoming one of the world's finest began, he's come back to take a little gold medal as a reward. Well done to him. Morgane Osisek, the last gymnast to go. 5th best in qualification with 13. But if she produces that sort of display here, she will come second. We've seen a few layout Tsukahara falls so far today. For Ruby Stacey, whose second vault was a handspring front tuck, she scores 12.6 and is in 6th place. 3.6 difficulty for vault number 2, just dropping her down by comparison to some of the others, but the quality of the vaulting was secure. Layout Yurchenko being indicated, and being performed by Morgane Osisek of France. She won a bronze medal at the World Challenge Cup in Israel last year. So that layout Yurchenko is at a 3.6 difficulty. That is as she performed in the preliminary round. The lights are out, the score's not yet in. We have still got some gymnasts there, I promise you.
Okay, so I'll show you guys again. This is what it's like without the color correction, and there's with the color correction. Without, with it. So yeah.
Be in a position in just a moment to confirm the classified results for you.
You can really tell, like, with when you see like the gymnasts, look at that. With it, without. Jesus.
Down from qualification, but good enough to earn a place on the podium. Well, we now move on to the women's uneven bars and the men's rings. We'll start with Rebeca Andrade of Brazil. Second best in qualification. Melanie de Jesus dos Santos, third best in qualification, the French gymnast. Then Georgia May Fenton of Great Britain, followed by Caitlin Rooskrantz of South Africa. Lohane Oliveira of Brazil. Yang Fanyue of the People's Republic of China, top qualifier, making her senior international debut. Same for Zhao Jiayi, her teammate, who was the fourth best in qualifying, and Lucia Hribar of Slovenia, the seventh best in qualification and the qualifier for the Olympiad. Now to the men's rings. We'll start with Zilad Zaveri of Hungary, then Adam Asil of Turkey, the world champion from 2022. Artur Sahakian of Germany, Jogos Suarez of Brazil, Ibrahim Cholak, the 2019 world champion from Turkey, Balázs Kiss of Hungary, European Championship medalist, Vladimir Kostyuk of Ukraine. Then we'll have Nestor Abad of Spain, the fourth best in qualification, and a Youth Olympic Games medalist on rings in Singapore in 2010. We are just waiting for those classified results for the men's pommel horse and women's vault competitions. These are the finalists in the men's rings event, and Adam Asil and Ibrahim Cholak, the top two in qualification. Both of them have been world champions, both of them representing the host nation, who will be expecting to hear their anthem played after this rings final. The uneven bars competition, top performer in the preliminary round, a virtually unknown athlete from the People's Republic of China, Yang Fanyue. She scored 14.8. Her only domestic honours, an under-15 bronze medal in 2020. Her development over the last couple of years from a score perspective has been absolutely stellar. The classified results in the women's vault competition: Greta Moya finishing in third place to take the bronze medal, Oksana Chusevitna winning the silver, Chasha Kiselev of Slovenia winning the gold medal. That is her 25th World Cup medal, her 5th gold. And we'll just confirm the final standings when we can there, because Morgana Osisak was given as joint third place a moment ago. In the men's pommel horse competition, Ahmad Abu Al Saud wins the gold medal. Nariman Kurbanov takes silver by 500ths. And Radomir Stelmach of Ukraine is the bronze medalist ahead of Zenola Idrisov of Kazakhstan. Just narrowly edged him out on the execution tiebreak there, Stelmach. And in doing so, he wins his first World Cup honours. How absolutely thrilled the fans are to see him back in his home World Cup competition. Ibrahim Cholak, the first ever world champion from Turkey. It was in his 6th consecutive World Championships that he did it. Since then, the injuries have been difficult for him, but he's still an enormous crowd pleaser. He's so respected. The first performance in the men's rings final from Szilard Závory, the 18-year-old from Budapest. New to the senior international circuit this year. Now to Rebecca Andrade. Performs the Jaeger nicely. Looking quite secure thus far. And her dismounts very good. Rebecca Andrade, the 24-year-old, the all-around runner-up at the last Olympic Games. A nice moment of appreciation from Melanie Jesus dos Santos, who's coming up next. And she was, Andrade, the runner-up on the uneven bars at the World Championships in 2021. It is 13.05 for Szilard Závory. So he's up by a tenth from qualification. Now to the world champion from a couple of seasons ago. Adam Asil of Turkey. The 2022 champion of the world. Goes up strongly into the planche position to start. Now to the Maltese. Very well controlled handstand. Jonasson to Yamawaki to Maltese. Really does fly up into the planche with ease. He was unsurprisingly the top performer in qualification with 14.75. He will be very difficult to beat in this final. Adam Asil came into this weekend of World Challenge Cup action with 12 World Cup medals, 3 of them gold. Now to the French national champion on the uneven bars, Melanie de Jesus dos Santos. Goes well from the Stolder into the piked Kachev. Maloney to transition back up. She was the third best performer in the preliminary round. And that's a strong routine from Melanie de Jesus dos Santos, the gymnast based in the United States of America now. Zilard Zavary, 13.05, just to confirm that number from earlier. Oh, sorry that we don't yet have the number for Adam Asil, but we'll try to bring that to you as soon as we can, and indeed for Rebecca Andrade as well. This is Artur Sahakian of Germany, 25. New to the international scene, but not to the domestic scene. He's been a medalist on rings at the national championships. Had to work quite hard to hold that handstand, but he did it well. He looked good in qualification. Was in the top 3. His Yamawaki to Jonasson is quite well performed. Well done to Artur Sahakian. He's wanted and waited for this moment. An opportunity to be in an international final on the rings, to wear the national colours. Adam Asil scores 14.6. This could be interesting. He's down by a tenth and a half from qualification. Ibrahim Cholak scored 14.55. The door might be ajar. Georgia May Fenton of Great Britain. 5th best in qualification, the 3rd to go in this final, and the reigning 2-time Commonwealth Games uneven bars champion. The hip circle Kachev is performed well. Was rather close up to see entirely, but the Ejeva did go smoothly. Pack Salto. Quite shy of the handstand position on that occasion. But she dismounts very well. Good finish from Georgia May Fenton of Great Britain. The 22-year-old from the county of Kent in the southeast. Sahakian with 13.7. Not too far away from his qualification performance. We go now to Diogo Soares of Brazil on the rings. Holds his straddle planche well. That, I think, is the first straddle planche we've had. What a nice position on the Jonasson. Very symmetrical. Good angle of pike. Dismounts with moderate-sized back step. Diogo Soares, who was the 7th best performer in qualification. His difficulty was the lowest, or the second lowest, I should say, of the qualifiers. Just to Vladimir Kostyuk, that was lower than him. But lots of tidiness in his display. Working on bringing you some of those scores on the uneven bars. But let's enjoy this performance from Caitlin Rooskrantz of South Africa, an Olympic qualifier from the last World Championships. Classical Shaposhnikova to transition into the Pack Salto following that. that employs the Van Leuven. Just had swing issues there, and that regrettably has brought the routine to a point of unintentional dismount. She became the first ever South African gymnast to win a gold medal in an International Gymnastics Federation competition when she took the uneven bars title in Sombate in 2019. And there's now a lot of good release work going on in this performance from Caitlin Rooskrantz. Oh, it's a very nice dismount as well. Unfortunate that she came off, because absolutely that had the capacity to trouble the upper echelons of the final. 14.567 for Melanie de Jesus dos Santos, who looks a little different from how I remember. But we'll take whatever scores we can right now, frankly. Choco Suarez with 12.3. So he's in fourth position of 4 at the halfway mark. We are still awaiting the confirmed number for Rebecca Andrade and for Georgia May Fenton. Lohane Oliveira will be the next gymnast to go on the uneven bars. Over on the rings, we'll get the second half of the final started with the world champion from 2019, Ibrahim Cholak. Caitlin Rooskrantz, who's spoken so wonderfully lately of the cultural change that she wants to continue bringing about in South African gymnastics. She said helping young people see people of colour in what she refers to as the team of the Rainbow Nation. She's been such an aspirational figure, along with her great friend Naveen Darius and many others in the team as well. That team that was so entertaining at the Commonwealth Games in Birmingham, finishing 4th. I'm sure many of you remember it well. They were a joy to watch, especially on floor, South Africa. Well, I can now give you the uneven bars standings. Melanie Jesus dos Santos leads on 14.567, Rebecca Andrade on 14.067, and then Georgia May Fenton on 13.767. Caitlin Rooskrantz has just scored 11.8. Ibrahim Cholak. The second best performer in the preliminary round. The world champion from 2019. And the door maybe has been left ajar here by Adam Asil. Well, it really was slightly laboured going up into the planche position, but he's recovered well. Very swingful. Yamawaki to Jonasson. That looked nice. Good level shoulder line in his iron cross. Yeah, there we go. It wouldn't be an Ibrahim Çolak performance. It wouldn't be a World Cup event in Turkey without the Çolak cheeky chortle. And he does dismount nicely. Sometimes you get the sense with Ibrahim Çolak that these are almost emeritus performances from him, because he is so revered in these parts and indeed in the gymnastics world for what he has done to put Turkish gymnastics onto the map. They just love to watch him, and they're right to. Now we go to Lohane Oliveira on the uneven bars, 6th best in qualification. Shaposhnikova variation into the pack salto. Van Leeuwen is her next from the Shaposhnikova family. Setting herself up for the piked Jaeger somersault. So vital to hit the handstand positions at vertical. That's a stylish conclusion though from Oliveira. Really attacked the dismount. Tight tuck position, rotated the body round. And he has got it, Ibrahim Çolak. 14.65. He's ahead of Adam Asil. Balázs Kiss of Hungary. 13.35 in qualification. Was the runner-up on rings at the National Team Championships last year. And he was 4th at the World Cup in Israel last year, the closest he's got to World Cup honours. A certain fluidity to his performance. Well, I can only apologise that we missed the dismount there of Balázs Kiss. We'll get an indication of how good it was when the scores come in. He won an absolutely extraordinary rings title at the National Championships last year, different from the Team Championships and indeed the Masters Championships. Things are rather complicated in the national calendar in Hungary, but the national title was a three-way tie for rings gold between Balázs Kiss, Christopher Mészáros and Benedikt Tomcsányi. It's so unusual to get a three-way tie for gold. Well, isn't this fascinating? Yang Fanyue of the People's Republic of China, the top qualifier, performs a downy as her first release move, then the pack salto. Van Leeuwen. Some very nice pirouetting work. It's stylish, it's got a snap to it. Has to build the swing back up after the Jaeger. And she is building it up now towards a big dismount. Oh, that's such an unfortunate moment right at the end for Yang Fanyue. The hand going down. She's, as I mentioned earlier, all but unknown internationally. She's not even well known domestically. It's her debut as an international senior. She's never won a national medal or even made a national final. And she was stunning in qualification. We'll come back to Yang Fanyue in just a moment. Vladimir Kostyuk, 20-year-old. The 6th best in the qualification phase. And he actually won a silver medal on the rings at the Junior European Championships in Turkey in 2020. So that's the performance of Vladimir Kostyuk, who announced his comeback in April of last year, to the delight of many a fan of the Ukrainian national team. He'd been serving in the armed forces in the intervening time. 13.35 for Kiss. 4th position. Yang Fanyue, who we've just seen perform, is from Yunnan province in the south of China. It's a landlocked mountainous province on the border with Vietnam, Laos and Myanmar, one of the most rural and mountainous of the provinces in China. Not known for its provincial team, as we're now looking at Zhao Jiayi, who's from Hubei province, which is much more well known at national level. And she was the 4th best in qualification. Forms the Ginger. And that's a very smooth looking conclusion to the routine from Zhao Jiayi. 16, she's a few years younger than Young, and it is her senior international debut. She's been a national medalist on floor. I just reinforce what a remarkable accomplishment it is to see Yang Fanyue in this final, as somebody who doesn't have much of a record nationally, and she so nearly produced a medal contending performance. Right up until the end she was on track. Nestor Abad is the last to perform in this men's rings final, 4th best in qualification. And it was in Singapore at the Youth Olympic Games in 2010 that he won a bronze medal on the rings, along with a bronze on vault and a silver on the horizontal bar. We'll see him in the horizontal bar final later. That's quite an adjustment as he lands. Nestor Abad coming off the mat. And a slight look of resignation from the 31-year-old. He's got so much experience, it's never going to be a surprise to him really when his score comes in, because he knows exactly what he's done. Just to bring you up to speed on some of the uneven bars scores, Lahani Oliveira 13.167. Yang Fanyue 12.9. So we just wait for the score for Zhao Jiayi before the last performer will take to the apparatus. And that is 13.533. So no change to the top three, which is De Jesus dos Santos, Andrade and Fenton. Now to Lucia Hribar of Slovenia, the 22-year-old from Ljubljana, and a gymnast who has done phenomenally to qualify for the Olympiad in Paris. She is absolutely one of the hardest working gymnasts in the world in terms of what she does internationally. 10 international competitions last year, 11 the year before, and she's used these World Cup events to bolster her confidence, to aim towards the Olympics for so long now. What a nice performance that was from Lucia Hribar of Slovenia. And it's a fine thing that she's going to be making her Olympic debut in Paris after that all-around performance at the World Championships. As soon as we have these last scores in, we will bring you the classified results. For Vladimir Kostyuk, 12.95. Nestor Abad, 13.05. He finishes in 6th position, down by 0.45 from qualification. That confirms the win for Ibrahim Cholak. At any moment now we'll get the scoring for Hribar, and that will bring us to a close in not just this women's uneven bars final, but the first half of today's competition. Earlier on, Zhao Jiayi scored 13.533. And I can tell you that Lucia Hribar has scored 13.333. And all of that means that it is a win for Melanie de Jesus dos Santos. A 6th World Cup gold medal for the French gymnast. But this is really bonus territory for Lucia Hribar after what she's accomplished in getting to Paris. 13.333 for her. That is just 0.2 down from qualification. She has already won 3 bronze medals in World Cup competition. But she said those World Cups have made her believe that she belongs internationally. And we're going to bring you the victory ceremonies in just a moment, as soon as we've got these uneven bars results confirmed. There will be a break of around about 30 minutes or so at the conclusion of the first part of our coverage before we begin again with the women's balance beam and men's vault competitions. And all of this taking place in the same arena that hosted the Junior World Championships last year. And we've seen some of the competitors from that aforementioned Junior World Championships contesting their first senior finals this season. It's always exciting to see the next generation start to come through. And sometimes you get some of those juniors making a mark at just the right time and imposing themselves on the Olympic qualification process, and if not the qualification process, then the selection process for their national teams. So apologies again that we haven't yet had those classified results for the rings and the uneven bars. Hopefully they're on their way. The classified results in the women's uneven bars competition, with the gold medal won by Melanie de Jesus dos Santos of France, silver awarded to Rebecca Andrade of Brazil, and the bronze medal to Georgia May Fenton of Great Britain. The men's still rings final ended in victory for Ibrahim Çolak of Turkey, ahead of Adam Asil in the battle of the home world champions. And congratulations to Arta Sahakian of Germany in his first ever international final. He wins a bronze medal at the age of 25. Great work from him. Coming up in just a moment, we're going to bring you the victory ceremonies from the first part of our session. And then there will be a brief break in proceedings before the action goes on. And let's remind ourselves of some of the best moments of the first half of the day. Naturally, for all of the local fans, it will be centred around this gentleman, Ibrahim Çolak, who won the rings title. We now begin the first of 5 victory ceremonies in Antalya. The victory ceremony for the men's floor competition in Antalya at the World Challenge Cup, and bronze to Benedikt Tomczany of Hungary, fresh from winning a couple of medals at the national championships. He's now on a World Challenge Cup podium. The winner of the silver medal is Spain's Joel Plata. His best ever result in World Cup competition after taking a bronze on floor in Hungary in 2018. The winner of the title, Adam Asil, a 4th World Cup gold medal for him. He came in as the 2nd strongest in qualification and delivered the finest efforts in the competition proper. And we'll now have the national anthem of the host nation. Come and join me, says Adam Asil, as he invites his fellow medalists onto the central spot on the podium. There they are, the medalists in the men's floor competition at the Antalya World Challenge Cup. Still to come, we've got the women's vault ceremony, the men's pommel horse ceremony, the men's still rings and the women's uneven bars. Now we move to the victory ceremony for the women's uneven bars competition. That is not Greta Moyer of Hungary. Georgia May Fenton of Great Britain, the winner of the bronze medal. Joined by Rebeca Andrade of Brazil, silver medalist. And the champion is Melanie de Jesus dos Santos of France. The 6th time that she has been a World Cup champion. The gymnast who was part of that extraordinary French medal winning team at the last World Championships. The champion, Melanie de Jesus dos Santos of France. She wins the uneven bars title in Antalya at the World Challenge Cup and will now have the national anthem of France. The medalists in the women's uneven bars competition in Antalya. On we go with the celebrations. We have 3 more victory ceremonies to bring you. It's now time for the victory ceremony for the men's pommel horse competition at the FIG World Challenge Cup of Artistic Gymnastics in Antalya, Turkey. The winner of the bronze medal, Radomir Stelmach of Ukraine. He was part of the junior team that won the gold medal at the European Championships in Turkey in 2020. Now as an 18-year-old, he is on a World Cup podium for the first time. Silver going to Nariman Kurbanov of Kazakhstan. 14.85. It made for a very close finish to this pommel horse competition. The reigning champion of Asia and the man who's twice finished fourth at the World Championships. And the man who has finished in first place is the man who built up a track record of international success from World Cup events in Turkey, taking him all the way to 2 World Championship medals to become an absolute great. The jaw-dropping Jordanian Ahmad Abu Al-Soud has won the gold medal and will hear his national anthem. As-Salam al-Malaki al-Urduni, the royal anthem of the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan, played in honour of Ahmad Abu Al-Soud and his fellow medalists in the men's pommel horse competition. It was written by Abdel Munim al-Rifai and Abdul al-Qadir al-Tanir and adopted in May of 1946. The victory ceremony in the women's vault competition. The winner of the bronze medal is Morgane Ossisek of France. Just got ahead of Greta Moyer of Hungary in a tiebreak. Her first competition since the World Championships at international level, and she's on the podium. Making a return to the international podium, but certainly not a return to the international stage, is the veteran Oksana Chusovitna of Uzbekistan, the 48-year-old. She's had a difficult start to the season in her quest to get to a 9th consecutive Olympic Games, but this is a confidence-boosting performance. Second place and silver for the legend of the sport. It's 25 World Cup medals now for Chasha Kisilev of Slovenia and a 5th title. Her first was a decade ago in Medellin in Colombia. She has always said, "I never underestimate anyone, not even myself." She has achieved the finest results in her career in the latter stages of it, and will once again hear the national anthem of Slovenia. Zdravljica, the national anthem of Slovenia, played in honour of Chasha Kisilev. She's joined by her fellow medalists in the women's vault competition. Well, apologies there for the graphic that misidentified Morgane Ossisek as Greta Moyer. And now the victory ceremony in the men's rings competition. The bronze medal to Arta Sahakian of Germany, the 25-year-old who represents the Siegerland KV club in the central west part of Germany, centred around the university town of Siegen. Has dreamed of this moment, a chance to represent his nation at international level. It's come later on in his career, but it's been worth the wait to get that bronze medal. Adam Asil of Turkey takes second place and the silver medal with it. The reigning champion of Europe and the world champion from the previous year. But this is his place and his position. Ibrahim Çolak is used to winning in Turkey. He won the European title in Mersin in 2020. That was just after winning the world title to become the first Turkish gymnast to be a champion of the globe. So when he comes back to his home country in World Cup competition, he's always tough to beat. No one could do it today. The medalists in the men's still rings competition. And that brings to a close the first part of our coverage. The first 5 finals are done and dusted, and we will return in around 30 minutes time for more action from Antalya and the World Challenge Cup of Artistic Gymnastics. Still to come, we've got the men's vault, parallel bars and horizontal bar finals. And we also have got the women's balance beam and floor finals.
Oh, look at Reby.
Special award presented to Rebecca Andrade.
I love the Britain routine. It's awesome.
I think that really is in keeping with the views of most gymnastics fans in the world, which is, if in doubt, just present Rebecca Andrade with an award.
Period.
And do the same to this gentleman as well. Honorary awards given to Adam Asil and Rebecca Andrade. Consider that a little extra weight in the suitcase for the journey home. A much longer one for Rebecca Andrade, of course. More to come. We'll be back in around about 30 minutes time.
Cool. So for 30 minutes, because I literally just rendered it out earlier, we can watch the 30 minutes that Jimmy's have done. So that's what we're gonna do. 30 minutes. Love that for us. Yay. Okay, hold on. Let me bring it up. They will load. There we go. Okay. Oh, it's not like that's a lock. Come on, OBS. There we go. Open. And here we go. Enjoy it.
And it's absolutely
That should be enough for a medal.
What a recovery! And what is this event in 3/4 of a century? And Brazil gets a medal.
Welcome to the Jimmys. Yes, I'm sitting down because it's girl. Okay. So, how are you? I am hostless. Well, I'm not hostless. I'm co-hostless. Co-hostless.
Are you
I'm-
seriously starting without me?
No, I'm not actually. Where are you?
I'm here. Here. Hold on. Move, Nastia.
Are you dressed like a Frisian?
I'm dressed how I choose to be dressed.
Okay. It's why are you in 2D?
I look better in 2D.
Okay, fair.
Start the damn show already.
Fair. Okay. Well, let's just get started. So, in a groundbreaking convergence of public enthusiasm and expert discernment, the adjudication process for this gymnastics awards, the Jimmys, was a harmonious blend of democratic fervor and judicious expertise. Engaged fans participating in spirited Twitter polls and some controversial wielded their influence with impassioned dedication, sculpting the destiny of numerous honorees in a virtual arena of resounding voices. Simultaneously, our distinguished co-hosts, myself and Freeze. You're just gonna sit there. You're just gonna, okay. Co-hosts,
I will
luminaries in the
stand where I
gymnastics.
please.
Luminaries in the gymnastics realm meticulously curated winners in select categories, infusing the ceremony with a touch of refined expertise. This dynamic synthesis of fan democracy and expert curation resulted in a night of triumph and recognition, marking a new pinnacle in the legacy of gymnastics achievement. An evening where the power of the people met with the precision of the professionals, forging an indelible chapter in the narrative of gymnastics excellence. Without further ado, let us jump to our first award of the evening. Yeah. Catherine, do you mind? Go ahead.
In the Gymnastics Spotlight, the Best All-Around Gymnast Award crowns the athlete mastering every discipline with grace and precision. This coveted honor, decided by the votes of 180 discerning enthusiasts, celebrates the exceptional individual, not named Simone Biles, whose artistry and strength weave a sublime tapestry of athletic brilliance, leaving an indelible mark in the legacy of the sport. The nominees are Shilese Jones, United States; Rebecca Andrade, Brazil; Jessica Gadarova, Great Britain; Victoria Lesnova, Russia. And the winner is Rebecca Andrade.
Yay! Yay! All right, moving on. In the realm of gymnastic excellence, the award for the best male all-around gymnast stands as a testament to exceptional prowess across diverse disciplines. This coveted accolade, determined by the discerning votes of 83 enthusiasts, is bestowed upon the gymnast whose artistry and strength coalesce into a breathtaking display of athletic mastery. Recognizing the individual who seamlessly navigates the intricacies of each routine with finesse. The Best Male All-Around Gymnast Award pays homage to the unparalleled skill, see what I did there, and dedication that define a true virtuoso in this sport. And the nominees are Adam Asil, Turkey; Zhang Boheng, China; Hashimoto Daiki, Japan; and Shiba Kenta, Japan.
And the winner is
Zhang Boheng, China. Yay!
The award for Best All-Around Rhythmic Gymnast of the Year is a celebration of grace, precision, and artistic brilliance. This coveted distinction, determined by the votes of 45 enthusiasts, honors the rhythmic gymnast whose captivated the performance transcends mere skill, weaving an intricate tapestry of beauty and athleticism as a testament to the fusion of technical mastery and artistic expression. This award pays homage to the exceptional female athlete who has left an indelible mark on rhythmic gymnastics landscape.
The nominees are Siliana Nikolova, Bulgaria; Dina Averina, Russia, or the country that doesn't exist; Darja Varfolomev, Germany; Sofia Raffaelli, Italy. And with an overwhelming 51% of the vote, the winner is Darja Varfolomev, Germany. In homage to the tenacity epitomized by gymnastics luminary Aliya Mustafina, we present the Spirit of Aliya Mustafina Decree for Achievements and Recuperation Resiliency. This prestigious recognition, shaped by the discerning choices of 230 individuals, 230, commends the gymnast poised to engineer a triumphant return with unparalleled resilience. Esteeming the indomitable spirit and unyielding resolve demonstrated in the face of adversity, this award venerates the athlete whose recuperative journey stands as a paragon of fortitude, perseverance, and the embodiment of Aliya Mustafina's enduring influence within the gymnastics milieu. And the nominees are Jessica Gadarova, Great Britain; Kovac Sofia, Hungary; Ellie Sykes, Germany; and Yamaguchi Sarah, Japan. And the winner, with 39.6% of the vote, is Jessica Gadarova. Yay, go Jessica. Jessica, shout out to you. We hope you are able to come back and join us in Paris, because in my head I'm going to Paris.
In the grand tradition of finger pointing and face palms, we unveil the Tom Farden Adjudication for Achievements in Disasters and Failures, an award that nobody dreams of winning. Voted on by 140 brave souls willing to call a spade, this dubious distinction is bestowed upon the Gymnastics Federation that left us scratching our heads, shaking our fists, and muttering, "Why? What were they thinking?" As we embark on this hilarious journey in recognizing the best of being the worst, we tip our hats to the federations that unintentionally turn gymnastics into a comedy of errors. May they take this award with the grace which they have been sorely lacking. Cheers to the fails and follies. The nominees are Gymnastics Canada, who put out a report saying that there was no culture of abuse in their sport, meanwhile calling out survivors for not participating in that report. Gymnastics Australia, for having unclear and perhaps unfair World's team selection criteria. The French Gymnastics Federation, who has spent the better part of 2 years burning itself to the ground and destroying every future it has with its youngest and most promising athletes. The Russian Gymnastics Federation, who is just itself, ruled over by Irina Viner, and they've invented their own code of points, trying to pretend that the rest of the world does not exist.
And the winner is France.
Manja! Good for you, France.
They're very
Good for you.
for Paris.
But are they? Are they? I mean, you're the freeze, you would know.
Well, maybe. They're kind of.
Are we still swimming in the Seine?
Yes, we are still swimming in the Seine, and the mayor of Paris says that the transportation will not work out.
Right on track. I mean, this entire show can't be any more of a disaster than that is, so here we go. That's fine. We move on to the Fan Favorite Gymnast Award. Voted on by 145 diehard fans whose passion rivals a cat video on the internet. This accolade goes to the gymnasts who stole not only our hearts, but also our sleep as we stayed up all night watching their incredible routines on repeat. From gravity-defying flips to jaw-dropping landings, this gymnast is the people's champion, the MVP of Mat Madness. So without further ado, let's raise a virtual toast to the fan favorite gymnast, as chosen by the people who've mastered the art of typing with one hand while clapping with the other. The nominees are Fred Richard, USA, Flavia Saraiva, Brazil, Keith Thorpe, Australia, and Melanie de Jesus dos Santos, France. The winner is Flavia Saraiva with 52.1% of the vote. What is it? Okay, I know, Flavia.
The people's champion. The people's champion. The president of the Women's Technical Committee's champion. Everyone loves Flavia.
Can we just, for a second, just take a moment to just, honor Donatella? We should have given her, every award. Every award. My gosh. Moving on.
I love that you have fallen in love with her.
I just want her to adopt me and, feed me pasta while, waxing poetic about the code. That's all I want in my life, honestly.
Favorite NCAA Elite Mixed WAG Athlete of the Year, 2023. Chosen by the discerning voices of 108 fans with an eye to the talent that transcends collegiate and elite realms, this award goes to the gymnast who seamlessly balances the demands of the NCAA floor and the elite stage. It's like choosing between pizza and ice cream. Why not have both? So here is to the gymnast who defies categories and keeps us on the edge of our seats, earning the admiration of fans who appreciate a dazzling routine, whether it is in the college arena or in a global competition. The nominees are Aaliyah Finnegan, the Philippines, at LSU; Leanne Wong, United States and Florida; Kyla Dutello, United States and Florida; Emma Malaguyo, the Philippines and UCLA; Luisa Blanco, Columbia and Alabama. Lindsey Brown, Haiti and Denver. And the winner is Leanne Wong and her Gator Chomp from Florida.
Leanne Wong, boss and CEO, Leanne Wong, girl boss. We adore you. We hope that you continue to make your bows for years to come. And so, thusly, here's to you, Leanne Wong. May you bow away the competition. This next award was handpicked with love and admiration by your hosts. Because who needs this democracy when you have a duo with impeccable taste, right? Imagine a gymnastics superhero seamlessly swinging between collegiate glory and elite greatness. Picture gymnasts so fantastic, they have us considering a career change just to be their water bottle holder. Klaus is barking, he agrees. So here's to the guy who's not just flipping on the mat, but also flipping the script on what it means to be a men's artistic gymnastics sensation. The fan favorite NCAA/Elite Mixed Men's Artistic Gymnastics Athlete of the Year goes to Coy Young. Coy, you did incredible at Worlds. You completely...
He brings the art into artistic gymnastics.
You truly are. You are what it means to be both a collegiate sensation and Klaus, and don't. No.
Voted on by a whopping 140 fans, we appreciate a good comeback story almost as much as they appreciate a perfectly stuck landing. This award honors the gymnast who faced the odds, defied gravity, and bounced back into the limelight with more flips and twists than a Shakespearean plot. It's like witnessing a gymnastics phoenix rise from the mat. Here is the resilient soul who's turned setbacks into spectacular somersaults, capturing the hearts and reminding us that in gymnastics, just like in life, the real showstoppers are the ones who come back stronger than ever. The nominees are Jade Barbosa, Brazil; Emma Malabuyo, the Philippines; Becky Downey, Great Britain; Simone Biles, United States. And the winner is Jade Barbosa of Brazil, who won her first World's medal in 2007, 16 years ago.
That's literally before I graduated high school.
Jade's World Bronze
That
medal
ages me a lot.
has turned into a senior gymnast.
That's so crazy. This next one was handpicked with a mix of enthusiasm and a dash of behind-the-scenes banter by your ever-discerning hosts. Because sometimes great comebacks deserve a dual seal of approval. Picture gymnasts who faced the abyss, laughed in its face, and catapulted back into the spotlight with more flips and turns than a roller coaster. It's like watching a gymnastic superhero reclaim their cape.
Okay.
So here's to the resilient guy who transformed setbacks into a breathtaking spectacle, reminding us that in the world of gymnastics, and quite possibly the universe, the most epic show is the one where the hero makes a jaw-dropping comeback. The comeback of the year, men's artistic gymnastics, is Shinosuke Oka. Yay!
The Best Male Artistic Gymnastics Floor Worker of the Year. Hold on to your chalk bags, gymnastic aficionados, as we present the award for Best Male Artistic Floor Worker of the Year. This category stirred the mat with not one but two rounds of voting, turning the competition into a floor exercise of its own. With 92 voices echoed through the gymnastics arena, this award celebrates the male gymnast who has waltzed, tumbled, and spun his way into our hearts, leaving controversies in his dust like chalk in the air. It's like watching a gymnastics thriller unfold, twisting and turning and gripping into a final. So here is the floor maestro who danced through the debates and emerged victorious, reminding us that sometimes the most dramatic routines are ones that leave the audience at the edge of their seats.
The best mag floor worker of the year. Kim Han-sol, Korea. Zhang Boang, China. Artem Dogopiat, Israel. Kazuma Kaya, Japan. Carlos Yulo, the Philippines. Minami Kazuki, Japan. And the winner is Minami Kazuki, Japan.
Hey, and honestly, Minami, listen, your skills are insane. I don't know if you'll ever see this, but just know, sir, I do not think gravity applies to you. Like, I do not understand. It's just how. Also, why? And also,
We see you even if you can't
how?
see us.
Your
Literally.
aerodynamicism should be studied everywhere. But moving on. With 205 votes, this category witnessed a celestial showdown featuring none other than Brazil's gravity-defying Rebecca Andrade and the legendary Simone Biles. It's like choosing between shooting stars and supernovas. Nearly impossible. But also dazzling, darling. These two phenomenal athletes soared above the competition, leaving us gasping for air like we just stuck a Chico double pike. So here's to the vaulting queens who redefined the limits of airborne artistry, proving that when it comes to gymnastics greatness, the sky's not the limit. It's just a starting point. The best women's artistic gymnastics vaulter of the year came to the two lovely ladies because, I mean, choosing anyone else would have been like, no. Simone Biles, USA, and Rebecca Andrade, Brazil. And just like at Worlds, the winner is Rebecca Andrade, Brazil, with 71.2% of the vote. Incredible. Rebecca, El Te Amo, Zaina, I have no words. You are truly in overcoming, I'm going to cry, overcoming adversity and just being the incredible, gracious, and humble person you are, the woman that you are, Rebecca, the gymnast that you are. El Te Amo. Exactly.
The Best Rhythmic Gymnastics Hoop Routine of the Year award showcases
The captivating finesse
of an artistic wizardry that left us hooplying for more. Nobody? I did not write that joke.
I did.
Picture a tapestry of elegance woven into every hoop routine, a rhythmic symphony that transcends mere routine into a spellbinding performance. It's like watching a hoop become an extension of the gymnastics soul, moving in harmony with every twist and turn. So here's to the rhythmic maestra, whose hoop routine had us all caught in its spell, proving that sometimes magic happens in a gym with a hoop and a whole lot of flair. The best rhythmic hoop routine specialist of the year nominees are Victoria Anna Prinenko, Ukraine; Darja Varfolomeev, Germany; Sofia Raffaelli, Italy; Boriana Kalane, Bulgaria. And the winner is Darja Varfolomeev, Germany.
And Darja, honestly, you did that. There was just no other choice. You did that. And how you were able to escape escape. The clutches of you know who, you know when. Chef's kiss. Truly, you are incredible. You are electric. That's it. This next one is for the gymnasts who didn't just stick landings, but also stuck to the golden rule of fair play and camaraderie. Picture gymnasts who, in the face of fierce competition, toss kindness like confetti and flip over hurdles with a grin. It's like watching the embodiment of good vibes in a leotard, a true gymnastics MVP, both on and off the mat. So here's to the sportsmanship virtuosa, who turned every routine into a lesson in grace and camaraderie, proving that in gymnastics, the real victory is measured in bonds forged, and not just scores. The nominees are Grace Harder, USA, TNT, and Zhang Boyang, China, MAG, Simone Biles, USA, WAG, and Jordan Childs, USA, WAG. With 108 votes, this award goes to none other than Jordan Childs, USA, WAG, with 36.1% of the vote, by the way. Gina, turn on the cameras! She won! Jordan, we hope that you're doing better, and we cannot wait to see you in the run for the Paris Olympics, and we really hope to see you back at UCLA, because those routines were fire. Maybe consider going back to them? Just saying. Hi, Gina.
Hold your applause, or don't. We're not gymnastics judges here. It's time to reveal the award for the most contested and eventually divided Best Floor Choreography of the Year. With a jaw-dropping 415 votes, this category had us questioning whether we were judging gymnastics routines or orchestrating a worldwide dance-off, or maybe herding cats. Eventually, we caved to the sheer force of rhythmic democracy and split the award like an artistic gymnast in midair. It's like trying to decide between chocolate and more chocolate. Impossible, but utterly delightful. So here is to the choreography wizards who turned the floor into a battleground of artistic supremacy, reminding us that in gymnastics, just like in life, sometimes you've got to break it down to build it up.
The nominees are
Laura Casabuena, Spain. Allie Black, Canada. Flavia Saraiva, Brazil. Charlize Jones, United States. And the winner is Flavia Saraiva of Brazil.
That routine is everything. It gets almost no artistic deductions. It's well constructed, and truly it was one of the highlights of the entire Worlds and the Pan American Games. So, Flavia, once again, et damo, and you're amazing. Hold on to your horses, or should I say pommels. It's time to crown the best MAG pommel worker of the year. With 71 votes, this category turned the pommel horse into a personal playground for those who made balancing on two handles seem as easy as a walk in the park. It's like watching gymnasts turn pommel routines into a high-stakes dance with the horses. Nay! Each swing a step in a gravity-defying waltz. So here's to the pommel prodigy who conquered the horse with finesse and flair.
The nominees are Li Shikai, Taiwan; Reese McClanahan, Ireland; Max Whitlock, Great Britain; and Noriman Kurbanov, Kazakhstan. And the winner is Reese McClanahan with 66.2% of the vote.
Prepare for the grand reveal, gymnastics enthusiasts, as we unfurl the title of Breakout Star of the Year. With a thunderous applause of 124 votes, this category is the undisputed heavyweight champion of uncovering hidden gems in the gymnastics galaxy. Imagine a gymnast emerging from the shadows, like a superhero origin story, making us all collectively exclaim, "Well, hello there." It's like discovering the secret sauce in a routine. Each performance is a thrilling chapter in the saga of a rising star. So here's to the breakout sensation who not only flipped but somersaulted their way into our hearts, proving that gymnastics, as in life, the spotlight.
Warmest of welcomes to you indeed to Antalya in Turkey and World Challenge Cup action. We are about to resume our coverage with the second half of the session and 5 apparatus finals to come your way.
Before they get started, what did y'all think? The sound is kind of a mess towards the end, but I mean, I think I did good. I'm my biggest critic, so like I have to like watch that constantly as I'm editing it, so I'm like over it. But I think it wasn't that bad. I just have to finish it now. But yeah, let me know what you think.
The turquoise coast of Turkey and the city of Antalya. A very historic part of a historic nation. Particularly, one can see the architectural depth and breadth when you stroll around the cobbled streets of Antalya. It's got a lovely harbour. You can stroll right down to it from the centre of the city, which is a little more modern, but every so often you get these glimpses of the more classical styles of architecture. Naturally, it is a hugely popular tourist destination. Boat trips abounding everywhere you go in the harbour. You'll see people offering to take you out on chartered voyages to explore some of the exquisite turquoise coast. And you absolutely must see Hadrian's Gate when you go to Antalya, which was built to honour a visit from the Roman Emperor Hadrian in 130 AD. And the city of Antalya goes all the way back, actually, to the 2nd century BC. It has been a home for ancient civilizations for so many years. Welcome to Antalya in Turkey and the second part of this busy day of finals action at the World Challenge Cup of Artistic Gymnastics. We have the men's vault final and the women's beam finals getting our coverage started. And then we'll move to the men's parallel bars and the women's floor competition and finish with the men's horizontal bar. at the moment. We're having the women's beam competitors introduced over on the other side of the arena. I'll tell you a little bit more about those athletes in due course. There they are. And now, with them having been introduced, the cameras popped over to miss the men's vault finalists being introduced. So at least that's consistent. Equal treatment for all gymnasts. There we go. This is Hasan Salimov of Kazakhstan, the top qualifier. Good job that we saw him. And Demdendoj Engtushan of Mongolia, the second best in qualification. Could he make history for his nation? There was Adria Vera of Spain, the 8th best in qualifying, and Radomir Stelmak of Ukraine, the 3rd best performer in the preliminary round. The men's vault final. We missed at the start there. Timur Eder, Vladimir Kostyuk, Ichim Bayer, Usukh Bayer, and Daniel Carrion. Over on the women's balance beam, we have Sun Xinyi as the top performer in qualification. She scored 14.3. The second best performer in the preliminary round, Georgia May Fenton of Great Britain. She'll be the last to go. The finalists in the men's vault competition, and the top performer in qualification, Hasan Salimov of Kazakhstan. The second best was Demdendoj Ertushan of Mongolia. And can he become the first gymnast ever from that nation to win a World Cup medal in artistic gymnastics? That would be quite a turn up for the books. Parallel bars, women's floor and men's horizontal bar still to come. And a great pleasure it is to have your company for all of the action from the Antalya Gymnastics Hall. Thank you so much for spending your time watching the wonderful sport of gymnastics in such a busy year for it, with the Olympiad getting closer and closer. Amazing to think that tomorrow is April and we are getting very, very near to the beginning of Paris 2024. "18-year-old Timo Eder getting things underway. The Kasamatsu 1.5, the opening vault. He scored 13.6 for that vault in the preliminary round. And some of you may remember him from the Junior World Championships in this building last year, just about a year ago now. 12.95 the score for the opening vault. Now vault number 2. We'll see a few gymnasts in this men's vault final who've got quite simple and secure second vaults. And there's nothing wrong with that when you're particularly at a young age like Timo Eder is. Prioritise developing that first one from an all-around perspective. We start the women's beam final with Sala Trutnik of Slovenia. Like Timo Eder over on vault, she is 18, has competed at 2 World Championships, so much more established as a senior. Struggled with her stability in the wolf turns, and it eventually came back to cause her to drop off the apparatus. And she's just struggling to maintain the line at the moment, Zala Trutnik. Her first ever international finals were in Turkey in 2022 at the Mersin World Cup. It does, as a country, have quite a lot of memories probably wrapped up in every performance that she gives here. She dismounts well. There was a lot about the routine that was very enjoyable from Zala Trutnik, especially as it went on. It's a shame that at the beginning she had that stability issue with the wolf turns, and that then went on to remain an issue. We now go to Vladimir Kostyuk of Ukraine. 4th best in qualification with a score of 13.75. That's well performed from Kostyuk. He had a 9.1 for the execution of his opening vault in the preliminary round. As I mentioned earlier, just recently making a comeback to the sport. We hadn't seen him internationally since the Varna World Challenge Cup in 2021. 13 for Timo Eder. Younger brother Jonas was part of the junior team with him at the European Championships in Munich in 2022. So the second vault, unusually, is the more difficult one for Kostyuk. 14 for his full twisting Kasamatsu. One imagines that the long-term target is to bring that around for an extra half twist to bring it up to 5.2. Well, he's actually indicating a 4.0 difficulty vault. In qualification, he produced more difficult work than that. 4.8 and 5.2. Ah, yes, well, there we go. That's certainly the 5.2 difficulty vault that we saw in qualification. just struggling to get a stable landing in the roche. We did unfortunately miss the bulk of the flight of the vault, but the landing had its issues. Now we're over on balance beam with Yang Ko-wen of Chinese Taipei. She's got a remarkable track record of always celebrating her birthday in Antalya, because she was 15 a day before the qualification phase of the Junior World Championship. She's virtually done the same again here, turning 16 2 days ago. So happy birthday to her. And special to mark a senior international debut in 2024 in this weight. Free walkover was performed with poise. The jumps afterwards were nice and secure too. And she keeps her dismount compact, simple and effective. Nice display from Yang Ko-wen. She was the 6th best in qualification with 13.2. A new senior this season. 10.9 was the score for Sara Trutnik. Unfortunately, that's down by just over 2 marks for obvious reasons from qualification. Twice coming off the apparatus. Now to Ishimbair Ursukbair of Mongolia. 22 from Ulaanbaatar. And he does well with his first vault. He was 5th at the Asian Championships last year. And he has been a vault finalist at World Challenge Cup level. We saw him in the floor final earlier. Ulaanbaatar is an absolutely fascinating city in terms of the scale of the population that lives there compared to Mongolia at large. It is globally one of the most heavily populated cities by a percentage of the entire population. And much like Vladimir Kostyuk, Ishimbair Ursukbair started with the Kasamatsu full. Waiting to go on the beam is Sun Xinyi. We'll first see this second vault from the young Mongolian. Very stable. He too keeps things simple with his second vault, for which he scored 9.4 in qualification, the full twisting Tsukahara. Now to Sun Xinyi, top qualifier, a team gold medalist at the Asian Championships in 2022. What a good line. Does well to hold that. Corbett flip. Nicely performed to go low to the apparatus. The first time that we've seen her in an International Gymnastics Federation competition. What a good dismount from Sun Xinyi. Vladimir Kostyuk, 13.725, so he leads at the moment. We are waiting for the score for Himbayes to come in though. Yanko Wen scores 13.3, that's the leading mark so far. This is Daniel Carrion of Spain. He's a little off in the landing position of his 1.5 twisting Kasamatsu vault. But from an execution standpoint, likely to be a little more solid than the qualification phase. 0.3 of penalty marks in the preliminary round, 13.4 in total. Daniel Carrion was 7th in the all-around competition at last year's national championships. .05, that is way up from qualification by 3/4 of a mark. Looked as though he was potentially out of bounds in the Tsukahara full landing position. We'll come back to that in a moment. Now to a gymnast who last competed at a World Cup event in 2017. But a gymnast who naturally has been one of the world's finest for a very long time. The Olympic champion from Rio, Sanivevas, 4th best in qualification, hand down. And all that while executing the trademark pirouettes that have made her one of the cleverest accumulators of difficulty in the sport. Acrobatically, that was fine. We just remind ourselves that she hasn't competed internationally since the World Championships. She is one of those athletes who tends to arrive at just the right time. She's one of those athletes who hasn't won a lot, but what she's won carries a lot of weight. Has been one of the most effective gymnasts for, well, as to reset there, that's very unusual. As I was going to say, one of the most effective gymnasts for a decade or so when it comes to turning up for the very biggest competitions. This is just the early stages of the season as she puts the full twist into the gainer dismount. Not quite there for Sanivevas, but she will doubtless not be hugely concerned because she's brilliant at playing the long game and peaking at the right time. But it's an unusual thing to see a gymnast have to reset their starting position for a dismount. 13.3 for Yanko Wen. That's a confirmation of the score from earlier that put her into the lead. But we'll have to compare that to Sun Xinyi. We're still waiting for the number for her. Flavia Saraiva warming up. We'll then see Greta Moya, Yana Abdel Salam and Georgia May Fenton. Well, I apologise for the lack of some of the scores. We'll try to keep you updated on them as best as possible. It's 13.6 for Daniel Carrion. That's put him in second place. I'm just waiting for the number for Echimbaye Usukbayer and for Sun Shinyi and for Sanivevas, but that score doesn't look like it's in yet. Oh, there we go, 12.867 for Vevas. So a long way down from qualification, where she scored 13.5, but that's for very transparent reasons. .867 confirmed then for Sanivevas of the Netherlands. Third position. The 14.05 for Danielle Carrion is, I think, the best vault score we've had so far individually. But the overall lead is with Kostiuk, just about. Flavia Saraiva of Brazil, the third best performer in qualification. She has been a Pan American champion on balance beam, and she won the silver medal at the Pan American Games in Santiago last year. And that was right after the World Championships, where the Brazilian team won a silver medal and she was third placed on floor. Now we go to Asan Salimov of Kazakhstan. A roche and a nice one from him. That was pretty as a picture in terms of the landing. The 20-year-old at his third World Cup event. He was the top qualifier, and one can see why, with that degree of sharpness. Let's look at it again. Gets good height. That's well controlled. Wasn't that nice? Definitely the single best vault that we've seen so far. If he can keep this up, then he's very clearly going to go into pole position. Now, interestingly, the vault being indicated is a Kasamatsu 1.5. Well, that is the second vault from Asan Salimov of Kazakhstan, and I think he's at the sort of stage of his career where whether that's a full or a 1.5 is up for discussion. We'll come back to it later on an almost competition by competition basis. This is Flavia Saraiva. Third placed in the qualification phase, and the gymnast who was second at the Pan American Games in Santiago. Powerful walkover work. Same with the side somersault. Good dismount as well. Doubtless pleased with that display. And not called Yana Abdel Salam is Flavia Saraiva of Brazil. Now, just to go back to that second vault from Hasan Salimov, as I was about to say, he indicated that he was going to go for a Kasamatsu 1.5 on the vault board, but actually, just as he did in qualification, just did the full, so 4/10 lower. Now, Demdendorj Engtushan of Mongolia. His execution was extremely good in the qualification phase, making him the second best overall. That probably wasn't quite as tidy. He's 21 from Ulaanbaatar. .3 for Hasan Salimov. Easily goes into the lead and has time for a quick picture with Flavia Saraiva too. Demdendorj Engtushan. Second in qualification. Mongolia has never won a senior medal in a worldwide artistic gymnastics competition. Ganbatian Erdenebold won the Youth Olympic Games vault title in 2010. And regrettably for Demdendorj, the Yurchenko entry vault does not work out at all after his Kasamatsu full. To Greta Moya, fifth best in qualification. Very well executed mount sequence. She was actually announced as third place in the vault final. It turned out on tiebreak criteria, Morgan Osisek had snuck in there. And unfortunately for Greta Moya, she is able to keep that line secure. Leading the way at the moment is Sun Xinyi on 14.267 and will likely remain thus. Little stability adjustment coming out of the side somersault, but she deals with it well. The double pike has a lot of power in it from Greta Moya of Hungary. Still just 18, Moya. Already competed at 2 World Championships. As we have confirmation of Flavia Saraiva going into second place with 14 exactly. 0.267 behind Sun Xinyi. So that is your 1 and 2 with Yang Kowen in third place. Here's Adria Vera, the Spanish gymnast who qualified in 8th place with 13.075. Interestingly, the vault being indicated on the scoreboard, the Schufelt vault, the Yurchenko with 2.5 twists. And what we saw from him was certainly some way away from that. Full twisting Yurchenko. Not at all the intention by the looks of things and based on his reaction. So that will be a long way behind the 5.2 difficulty desired. 12.85 for Demdendorj Entoshan. Have to feel really sorry for him, and indeed for this gentleman. 28 Adria Vera from Palma de Mallorca, but he's called Madrid home for a while. And his second vault, that was the vault that we've seen from a few people so far, the full twisting Tsukahara. But unfortunate there for Adria Vera. He was the reserve gymnast for the last World Championships when Spain managed to qualify a team for Paris. Really important part of that as the reserve. Now to Yana Abdel Salam of Egypt, the 8th best in qualification. Has a little loss of her stability in the wolf turns just towards the end. Good hold on the side somersault. She was in the Egyptian team that pushed close to the top 20 at the World Championships in Liverpool in 2022. Her best international result in terms of individual titles has been on beam. She won the Pharaohs Cup in Cairo last year. She has achieved some very prestigious all-around finishes at events like the African Championships. Bronze medalist in Cairo in 2022 and in Pretoria last year. And she is secure in her dismount. Yana Abdel Salam did very well to hold on through some quite difficult moments in that routine. Yes, the execution will reflect that, but it could have been significantly lower. We finish with Radomir Stelmach, the 3rd best in qualification. 13.9 for the 18-year-old. He does take a big diagonal step out of bounds at the conclusion of what was otherwise promising Kasamatsu 1.5. 11.733 for Greta Moya. She's in 5th position. Really key performance still to come on beam. The 2nd best qualifier will be the last to go. 12.9 for Adria Vera. He's in 7th position. Stelmach scored 14.6 in qualification, 14.15 on this occasion with the single 10th penalty for that transgression out of bounds. And he elects also for the full twisting Tsukahara vault of 4.0 difficulty as his 2nd. It looks as though Salimov will hold on to his 1st place. Now to Georgia May Fenton of Great Britain as the last gymnast to go in this balance beam final. 14 exactly was her scoring qualification. Her only World Cup honours until this tournament today, where she finished third in the uneven bars competition, came on the beam in Varna in Bulgaria in 2017. Gives us just a reminder of how much longevity we've seen from Georgia May Fenton in what has been a splendid career. 12.1 for Yana Abdel Salam. Now, can Fenton impose herself on the podium? 13.3 is the mark that secures you bronze as things stand. That's from Yang Kor Wen. Then above it is Flavia Saraiva, 14, and then above it is Sun Xinyi, 14.267. Mounts well with a little adjustment. Very nice pirouette work, that was stylish. Confidently through the acrobatic sequence. Free walkover. Keeps the pace going well. Now, how will the stability be in these wolf turns? There's your answer. Very fine. And unfortunately the double tuck to dismount saw her not quite there in terms of the rotation, and a big stumble forwards. It was very good on the apparatus from Georgia May Fenton. Really enjoyable. She looked poised and controlled. Well, that has brought to a close the men's vault and women's balance beam finals. We're just waiting for a confirmed score for Radomir Stelmach, and likewise for Georgia May Fenton, and then we'll be able to bring you the classified results. The classified results in the men's vault competition. It is bronze for Radomir Stelmach of Ukraine with 13.65 right at the end. Above him, his teammate Vladimir Kostyuk on his return to international competition. But the title won comfortably by Asan Salimov of Kazakhstan. Now for Georgia May Fenton, what will the score be? Well, the final is concluded. We are waiting Georgia May Fenton's score. As things stand, just to remind you, it's Sun Xinyi Flavia Saraiva and Yang Ko-wen. That 13.3 for Yang is the bronze medal mark. And it's a 12.7 for Georgia May Fenton. The classified results in the women's beam final, and a win for Sun Shin-yi. On we go to the men's parallel bars and the women's floor. Three of the 10 finals remaining in Antalya. Thank you very much for your company. It really is a pleasure to have you with us for all of the action from the first World Challenge Cup of 2024. These are the women's floor finalists. Mila Perpic of Croatia, the reigning Balkan Junior champion. Georgia May Fenton of Great Britain. Liao Yichun of Chinese Taipei. Naomi Visser of the Netherlands. Zhao Jiayi of the People's Republic of China, who's already had success on the uneven bars. Melanie de Jesus dos Santos of France, top qualifier on floor, and she won the uneven bars title. Jade Barbosa of Brazil, third best in qualification. All-around bronze medalist at the World Championships in 2007. And Morgane Ossisek of France, the second best in qualification, and the bronze medalist on floor at the last Mediterranean Games. The men's parallel bars qualifiers. We've just seen that they're giving a wave to the crowd. Rasul Ahmadzada of Azerbaijan, then Andrei Muntean of Romania, Kerem Şener of Turkey, and Tieno Diallo of Spain. The bronze medalist from the last European Championships, won in Antalya, albeit in a different arena. Before that we had Radomir Stelmak, Vladimir Kostyuk, Nicolau Mir, Med Kulucher. They will be the first four to go. The finalists in the men's parallel bars competition in Antalya, and Andrei Muntean of Romania was the top performer in the preliminary round with 14.65. He will be the antepenultimate gymnast. The finalists in the women's floor competition, and the top performer in qualification, Melanie de Jesus dos Santos, will go 6th in the order. The warm-ups have been concluded, and we now turn our attention to the men's parallel bars and women's floor finals in Antalya, the first World Challenge Cup of 2024. Well, it's a really enjoyable opportunity this to look at a 15-year-old from Rijeka on the northern Adriatic coast of Croatia, Mila Perpic. She is the reigning Balkan junior champion on vault and beam, and also won the silver medal on the uneven bars on floor and in the all-around competition. She did that in Istanbul in 2023, and she's also the reigning Croatian all-around junior national champion. It is her first ever senior international final, and we wish her enormous luck on this milestone moment in her career. Mila Perpic. Congratulations, Mila Perpic, on a first ever performance in an FIG World Cup final. Great accomplishment, whatever position she finishes in. And some nice signs there from a very decorated gymnast in the regional event that is the Balkan Championships at junior level. They're so important, these competitions, when it comes to bringing the next generation through. Yes, they're very important for those gymnasts like Sanevevas, who we saw in the balance beam competition, looking to get into form ahead of the big one, but they're also early markers in careers for youngsters. Here is a youngster in Radomir Stelmach of Ukraine. Fourth best in the preliminary round. He's already made it onto the podium today. Had a very small reset in his tip belt. He dismounts nicely, Radomir Stelmach. I'm getting more accustomed now to seeing him in World Cup finals. And a good thing too. 12.567 for Mila Perpic. That is virtually the same as qualification. Georgia May Fenton of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland on floor. Fifth best in qualification. She's been very busy today, involved in several finals. That routine opened with some very well performed pirouetting from Georgia May Fenton. She's a gymnast with such a sense of style and comfort when she's performing at her best. Hugely experienced, capable of some massive scores as well, as she's demonstrated in big team contributions over the years at World Championship level and big individual performances, especially at competitions like the Commonwealth Games. Vladimir Kostyuk of Ukraine. Beautifully steady in the handstand. His score in qualification 13.7. The highest was 14.65. Bavsar. And a little sense of imprecision there. Just lost the tidiness perhaps of the legs. But he had plenty of tidiness in his dismount. Vladimir Kostyuk following Radomir Stelmach. It's so nice to see Kostyuk back in international competition. He said that he belongs in gymnastics and is thankful to everyone who's believed in him and has given him hope during that time away from the sport. He had some very challenging injuries, and as I mentioned earlier, he's spent the time away from the competition, much of the time serving in the armed forces of Ukraine. He is somebody who has represented his nation in more ways than one. Liao Yichun of Chinese Taipei, the 6th best in qualification. She made her debut at the World Championships last year. Georgia May Fenton unsurprisingly leads with that display, 13.3, exactly as she performed in qualification. Liao Yichun was 5th on floor at the Asian Championships in Singapore last year. That's where she made her senior international debut. This is her first World Cup competition. New to World Cup competition, but already a continental finalist, Liao Yichun of Chinese Taipei. 13.65 for Vladimir Kostyuk. He's in 2nd position behind Radomir Stelmach. We're just waiting to confirm the score for Stelmach. Now we go to Nicolau Mir of Spain, third in qualification and third to go in this parallel bars final. What a nice smooth action coming out of the Tippelt. And a very good looking double pike. I think there was a slight movement on the landing, hard to tell without having his feet in shot. But lots about that, suggestive of a decent score. 14.15 in qualifying. He is a physiotherapy student at the University of the Balearic Islands in Palma de Mallorca. And there it is again, that poised piece of work after completing Sven Tippelt's eponymous skill. .13 for Liao Yichun, just 1/10 shy of her qualification score, so Fenton remains in the lead. Now to Naomi Visser of the Netherlands, 7th best in qualification with 13.05. The gymnast who was 6th on floor at the last World Championships. New orchestration, a new look routine for Naomi Visser. Different tumbling. Nicolau Mir, 14.8, the best execution score that we've seen, and up from qualification by quite some way. Mert Kulacer of Turkey, 6th best in qualification. It was at the National Championships on parallel bars where he really impressed the senior members of the national team. They said he showed enormous development, showed that he was ready to be in their ranks and helping them build these strong team scores. And after all, the Turkish men have for the first time qualified a full team to the Olympiad. So for all of the Turkish men, this is such a massive year in terms of making themselves known to the selection panel. Nearly, oh so nearly, for Kulachet, but the hand goes down and the mark comes off. He's got some nice work though. He's from Yenimahale, the municipality in Ankara province that literally means the new quarter. And of course, like anything called new quarter in a European city, it's one of the oldest bits. It was established hundreds and hundreds of years ago. There's a bridge over the Ankara River built in 1222 on the old trading route to Baghdad. It still remains. Not in control of the landing, almost bounces off the heels. We're going to see the top qualifier in the second half of this women's floor final. Melina Jesus dos Santos, winner on the uneven bars. Looking for what would be a 10th World Cup medal in total. She has, as many of you will remember, been a European champion twice on floor. Naomi Visser scores 12.6. Execution-wise, there were a few issues throughout, including with some of the pirouettes, but it's a new routine, so it must be given time to bed in. It is utterly at opposition to the voila routine that she was using for some time before that. 12.85 for Mert Kulachet. That has him in 4th place at the halfway stage. Next on floor is Zhao Jiayi of the People's Republic of China, 4th best in qualification, bronze medalist at the National Championships in 2022. Zhao Jiayi of the People's Republic of China, 4th best in qualification. She pirouettes like somebody eagerly corkscrewing open a bottle of local pomegranate wine. Some very powerful work with her turning. Now from Azerbaijan, Rasul Ahmadzada. Congratulations to this young man. He's 19 and it's his first senior international final. He said after qualification, my goal is to raise our flag first in the final and then on the podium. Well, one step at a time for this youngster who's shown real promise and is obviously so proud to wear his national colours in a big televised final. And he's got some nice work so far. Very small reset, but for the most part he's performed quite cleanly. Holds that landing well, a little bit of leg bend perhaps in the pike position. Hard to see clearly from that angle, but what a nice start to international finals for him. 13.3 for Zhao Jiayi. That's the same score as Georgia May Fenton. But second place by the looks of things on the tie-break criteria. Will confirm that in due course. Melanie de Jesus dos Santos of France, top qualifier with a real chance of victory. She was almost half a mark better than anyone else. Four times the champion of Europe, including twice on floor, Melanie de Jesus dos Santos. 23 now, as this young man, Rasul Ahmadzada, scores 13.3. And that's an improvement of a few hundredths from qualification. Good luck to him as he goes back home and now probably trains more vigorously and with greater determination, having made it onto an international stage and have tasted what it's like to be in a final. Here's the gentleman who is favoured to win this, Andrei Muntean of Romania, 14.65 in qualification. Such an experienced parallel bars gymnast. There's a little flicker setting back up to handstand, but he's got single rail work here that will set his difficulty quite apart from many others. Good flight in the Bavzar. That was one of the best looking we've seen. He looked so controlled, bringing the legs up into handstand. That's very graceful out of the tipelt. And the double pike to dismount, hop forward, but it's good from Andrei Muntean. He is a graduate of sports physiology from the National Academy of Physical Education and Sport in Bucharest. Has been training for years at the Dinamo Bucharest club. There's no surprise there to see Melanie de Jesus dos Santos in the lead, 13.6. Jade Barbosa of Brazil, the third best performer in qualification. She is the reigning Brazilian all-around national champion. She won her second title after winning the first in 2007. She is remarkable. There have been occasions when one imagined that we would never see Jade Barbosa again. So much injury difficulty has she gone through, and so hard has she worked to come back. But you know what? With Jade Barbosa, you still believe. Andre Muntian, 14.15. He goes into third place. Now we look at Kerem Şener of Turkey, medalist at the national championships. He's also the reigning all-around national champion. 8th best in qualification. Twenty-year-old Kerem Şener to a warm reaction from the local crowd watching on. Penultimate gymnast to compete in this parallel bars final. The last to go will be Morgan Osisek. The leader at the moment is Melanie de Jesus dos Santos. And it is Fenton, then Zhao, but we'll see what comes in for Jade Barbosa, who scored 13.35 in qualification. Well, 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 that score is not toxic, and she's certainly not slipping under, because Jaj Barbosa has gone into the gold medal position with a brilliant display, 13.833. Now to Morgane Ossisek of France. The last to go, and she was the second best in qualification with 13.45. It's going to be an interesting conclusion to this women's floor final, because we have Barbosa on 13.833, De Jesus dos Santos on 13.6, and then Fenton on 13.3. Kerem Şener just missing out, 13.7 for him, fourth place. It's Mir, followed by Stelmach, followed by Muntian. Tieno Diallo, the second best in qualification with 14.55. And in this city, in a different arena, he won the bronze medal at the European Championships last year. In his first ever individual final at European or world level. That's a shame. The single rail work is undoing. Gosh, he does get a real attack in the Bavzar. It's powerful. It really has been so enjoyable to watch him as a gymnast, getting better and better over the last few years. He was part of the Spanish team that won gold at the Mediterranean Games way back in 2018, as she has got onto the podium. 13.667 for Morgane Ossisek. I thought it might be an interesting finish, and she has taken silver just ahead of her own teammate Melanie de Jesus dos Santos. So ultimately all of the medals coming from those last three performances. We look back at Tieno Diallo. Celebrations for the victor, Jaj Barbosa. 12.75 for Tieno Diallo. That has him in 8th position and brings to a close the penultimate men's final. We'll bring you the classified results in just a moment, but let's move on now to the men's horizontal bar final, the last piece of action. Brazil's Diogo Soares, 5th best in qualification, a medalist from the Youth Olympic Games. Then we have Radomir Stelmach of Ukraine, Ratvan Denis Mark of Romania, 6th best in qualifying. Mehmet Kurucer of Turkey, 8th best in qualifying. There is your top qualifier, Nestor Abad from Spain. Toma Modoianu Zida of Romania, 7th best in qualification. Joel Plata, 3rd best in qualification, the Spaniard who won a bronze medal at the European Championships, and Vladimir Kostyuk of Ukraine, 4th best in the preliminary round. He won the bronze medal at the Junior European Championships in Turkey in 2020. So it comes down to this, the very last final. Number 10 of 10 on this busy day. The men's horizontal bar finalists in Antalya, and the top performer in qualification will go 5th in the order, Nestor Abad of Spain. And he has already been a World Challenge Cup champion on the horizontal bar, did that last year. The classified results in the men's parallel bars final, with Nicolau Mir of Spain taking the win against Radomir Stelmach and Andrei Muntian, who provided good competition. It was tight between the Spaniard and the Ukrainian. The classified results in the women's floor final, and Brazil's Jaj Barbosa with a fantastic win ahead of the French duo of Morgana Sisek and Melanie de Jesus dos Santos. And we have got what looks like an adjusted score there for Liao Yichun of Chinese Taipei, because she's been shown as scoring 13.5. And that was not the original score, which was 13. Hence why it looks as though her position might have been declared incorrectly there. We are poised to begin the men's horizontal bar final. Diogo Soares of Brazil is the first gymnast to go. The Youth Olympic Games silver medalist in 2018 in neighbouring Argentina. It had a slight wildness in the pirouetting work in terms of the leg form. Straight Kachev. Into a Kovac, keeps his swing going. Straddle Kachev with good extension and the pike variety, so 3 Kachevs and a Kovac. Now poised to dismount with power and purpose, and he's done just that. Well done, Diogo Soares. Nice performance to get us started. He made it into the final with an execution score of 7.25. So we'll keep an eye on that. Shows real stability as he lands. He had such an impressive World Championships last year, Diogo Soares. He was 26th in all-around qualification and actually finished 10th. He was one of the big movers in that final. .13.8. No surprise that that is so different from Suarez. His difficulty is down by a tenth, but his execution is up by well over a mark. So it's a gain of a full mark plus 500ths. The second performance comes from Radomir Stelmach of Ukraine. He was the second best in qualification, but everything has been changed by that display before him from Diogo Soares. Won a bronze medal in his first senior year at the National Championships on horizontal bar last year. He again has some issues keeping the leg form tight, but his first Kachev is good. His second, the straddle, perhaps has even more gusto. That's some nice in-bar work. Did well there. And he dismounts with a degree of security. Radomir Stelmach, the European Youth Olympic Festival all-around champion from 2022 in his junior days, now becoming established day by day as a senior force. The last final is always an opportunity for the gymnasts who have gone before to sit and just watch and enjoy. 13.2 for Radomir Stelmach. Nice moments to grab some photographs at the conclusion of the women's competition. And we go on with the men's horizontal bar final. Razvan Denismark of Romania, from Arad in the west of the country. He's been a European Championship finalist in Turkey. Coleman to begin. And a straight catcher that had a degree of float to it. It was well maintained in the air. Oh, he got some hip height on the straddle Kachev. Exciting. Fluid exit to the straight position out of the Stolder. And again, it's nice and controlled. And unfortunately, he has difficulty stabilising his landing. Razvan Denismark, 22-year-old from Romania, the undergraduate at the Ecological University of Bucharest. The classified results in the women's floor final, and a correction to Liao Yi Chun's score, 13.2, not 13.5, explaining her position 6th in the order. Mert Kulacher, the next gymnast to go, the local lad. They are getting excited. The local fans hoping to see one of their own get onto the podium. It'll have to be executed much more securely than in qualification. He just made it into the final. He made the final in Mersin at the equivalent World Cup last year. 13.2 for Razvan Denismark. It's a lot better by half a mark than qualification. And had he not had the issues with the landing, might well have been much more towards Diogo Suarez's score than level with Radomir Stelmach. Still on 13.8, Suarez leads. waiting for the word go, is Mert Kulucher. And you're looking out over the Antalya Gymnastics Hall, a very newly constructed space. Really similar to the building in Mersin. And I've been to the space, and I can promise you, if you don't have a good sense of layout of buildings, and I don't have a good sense of layout of buildings, you'll get lost in those corridors. Razvan Denismark with 13.2 is in third position. Mert Kulucher of Turkey, 12.3 in qualification, the 8th best. He has twice been an international horizontal bar finalist at World Cup and World Challenge Cup level. He looks now to make the next step, which is to push towards the podium. His straight Kachev is connected into a straddle Kachev, is connected into a pike Kachev. Well done, that young man. And he's going again for a big dismount. It's a short routine, it's a compact routine, and it's an enjoyable routine. Mert Kulucher of Turkey. I look back at the dismount, which had only momentary stabilisation needed upon the landing, but he strung together 3 very nice Kachevs. How will that compare to the 12.3 from the preliminary round, where his execution score was the second lowest of any qualifier, behind Diogo Suarez, who's just made a mockery of his own qualification score. Such a proud moment, isn't it, when you get to represent your country for the first time as a senior at international level. And for many gymnasts, including the young Chinese athletes that we saw there, it's the first occasion where they've been able to do that. Carries with it enormous pressure. Helps if you've got teammates with you to diffuse tension, to chuckle along the way. And as the old hands, the likes of the Chusovitnas of the world, would doubtless say to these young athletes, it gets easier once you get used to it. It's not just the first international competition, it's the first trip to an overseas hotel as a gymnast, the first time you've taken a long distance flight and then got off the plane and gone to training to shake off the jet lag. It's all of the variables. The adjustment perhaps to equipment that you're not so used to using. It might be a little different compared to what your club uses, what you're experienced with at domestic competitions. And then, of course, that moment where you walk into the arena and you see the people that are there. You look at the Rebecca Andrades of the world and go, my goodness, I'm in the same competition as them. And he must have thought it, as he scores a brilliant 13.7 that is 1.4 higher than qualification, Mert Kulucher. The first time that he took his place in the national squad alongside the great veterans, the Ferhat Arujans, the Cholaks and so on, who trailblazed for men's gymnastics in Turkey. And now he's the chap that might take their place in the team, because what you want most of all is a competitive squad. You want a national setup where it's hard to get into that top group that goes to the major championships, that goes to the Olympic Games, because it raises everyone's level to have real competition. And few nations have developed like Turkey has developed in men's gymnastics over the last decade. And one will never forget a chap called Umit Shemelog, who was right at the beginning of it all. From Spain, Nestor Abad, the top performer in qualification, but the game has changed frankly since then, because his 13.5 in the preliminary stage has already been surpassed twice in the first 4 in this final. Just about got the clearance in the Kachev. Straddle Kachev was more powerful. That's a lovely landing from Nestor Abad, very graceful. 31 now, Nestor Abad, as of 2 days ago. He is from the Alicante area of Spain, a very sunny and touristy part of the country, hugely popular. I was about to say a place of hospitality, of fine food and of enjoyable living, but I mean that just describes Spain full stop, doesn't it really? One of the nicest landings that we've seen in any of the 10 finals today. Just 3 more performances to come at this Antalya World Challenge Cup. .13.6 for Nestor Abad. So he is in the bronze medal position, does improve upon his score from qualification. 13.6 up by 1/10. The top 3 separated by just 2/10. Suarez 13.8, Kulache 13.7, Abad 13.6. Toma Modoianu Zida of Romania, 26. His first senior international final as an individual. He does well with his first release and regrasp. His Kovac unfortunately came down very under the bar. There were signs of that in the Coleman, not quite as extreme. He's a remarkable chap because he has osteoarthritis in his left knee, had surgery in 2022. So he really does grapple on a daily basis with knee trouble, with pain management, with careful rehabilitation. He does very well at the end after that unfortunate miscalculation with the second release move. Let's have a look again. If you want to hear somebody speak with great affection about a grandparent, you listen to Toma Modoyanu-Zida, whose grandma is why he started gymnastics, and he's been doing it now for 23 years. And he said it's all thanks to his old man. And how many of the youngsters in the crowd today are young gymnasts or might become young gymnasts? And let us not forget that gymnastics has a thriving scene for those returning to the sport as well, for adult gymnasts who want to perhaps make a form of competitive comeback after being gymnasts at a younger age, or maybe just take it up brand new at a more advanced age. There's some sort of pathway for everybody in this sport. And there are many nations that do a very fine job in hosting adaptive forms of gymnastics for athletes with disabilities. One hopes that will become even more of a part of global gymnastics in years to come. 11.2 for Modoyanu-Zida. Joel Plata of Spain. 13.3 his score in qualification. Can the bronze medalist at the 2022 European Championships get onto the podium? He's moving with purpose. Can he keep the control going? Yes, he can with the Casina, but almost judders to a halt. Straight Kachev had comfortable clearance. Straddle Kachev easily clears and is well judged in its trajectory. Twists nicely, lands well, small step. His reaction suggestive of the fact that it was nearly but not quite. After the Casina, he had to really work to get back to his standard swingfulness. His work done, and done well. He's achieved his best World Cup finish this weekend. And he's made quite a lot of World Cup finals as well. But as I mentioned earlier in our broadcast, he really has made great progress in the last few years. And he has gone into the lead, 14. Joel Platter at the top. Suarez in second place. Kuluchev is third. We have one left. It's Vladimir Kostyuk of Ukraine. He was the fourth best in qualification with 12.8. But the level has gone up considerably in this final. It's been enjoyable to watch, and as a result, the mark required to get onto the podium is 13.7 plus. It's a 13.6 that holds fourth compared to a 12.8 in qualification. First Yamawaki we've seen in this final. Many a straddle Kachev, and that was nicely done. Pirouette smoothly. And again. It was quite a low landing from Kostyuk, necessitating that big pace forwards. The bulk of the routine was performed with control. But it's a big lunge forwards. Nonetheless, what a joy it is to see him back in international competition. He shakes his head there, but the signs are encouraging for what he can achieve. Goodness knows he's been through so much. Everyone has one's own path. And my word, his has been fraught with obstacles and difficult. Very difficult to get safely from one point to the next on. This will be the last score to come in, and then it will be to the 5 victory ceremonies. He nods his head, seeing the number come in. He's seen it earlier than we've seen it. And Vladimir Kostyuk probably has so many memories as he looks around the nation of Turkey, where he achieved all that success at the Junior European Championships, getting a full set of colours in 2020 in Mersin. 12.7 to draw this final to a close. Classified results on their way. Joel Platter completing his own personal full set of colours at World Challenge Cup level. After the bronze medal he won in Sombaté on floor in 2018, he's won a gold and a silver here in Antalya. classified results in the men's horizontal bar final. Bronze to Mert Kılıçer of Turkey. Silver won by Diogo Soares of Brazil, and the title goes to Joel Plata of Spain in what was a horizontal bar final full of improved performances compared to qualification. They really did give a good account of themselves, these gymnasts. We have 5 victory ceremonies coming up in just a moment or two, so don't go too far away. The last scenes of celebration from the Antalya Gymnastics Hall are imminent. We move to the victory ceremonies. The victory ceremony for the men's vault competition, and the bronze medal to Radomir Stelmach of Ukraine. Lots of promise, lots of success at this World Challenge Cup in Antalya. The silver medal won by Vladimir Kostyuk, Stelmach's teammate. How great to see him back after a very, very difficult journey. The gold medal won by Asan Salimov of Kazakhstan, the top qualifier, and he was even better in the final. For the first time ever, he has won international honours in a global gymnastics competition. Asan Salimov, his third time at a World Cup, and he is a champion. The national anthem of Kazakhstan will be played in his honour. The national anthem of Kazakhstan, adopted in January of 2006, played in honour of Asan Salimov, joined by his fellow medalists in the men's vault competition. The victory ceremony in the balance beam competition at the Antalya World Challenge Cup. Congratulations to Yang Korwen of Chinese Taipei, a senior international debut, and 2 days on from her 16th birthday. She is a bronze medalist. Happy birthday, and what a reward. The silver medal won by Flavia Saraiva of Brazil. A very strong display from her. A 14th World Cup medal, a 4th silver. But what a huge success for Sun Xinyi in her debut in an International Gymnastics Federation competition. She's been an Asian team champion and a domestic balance beam medalist, but this is a new accomplishment for her. The gold medalist on beam, Sun Xinyi of the People's Republic of China. The 20-year-old will now have the national anthem of China played in her honour. And there they are, the medalists in the women's balance beam competition. The men's parallel bars victory ceremony and a bronze medal won by Andrei Muntean of Romania. World Cup medal number 10 for him. He returns to the scene of his biggest World Cup triumph, a gold medal won in Turkey in 2018. The winner of the silver medal, Radomir Stelmak of Ukraine, on the podium once again. A really good competition for him in Antalya. And stepping up by 6/10 from qualification to a score of 14.5. But this was quite a display from Nicolau Mir. 14.8 after a 14.15 in qualification. Excellent accomplishment. A gain of around 3/4 of a mark for the Spaniard. The man from Mallorca with a magical display. The national anthem of Spain. The Marcha Real, the national anthem of Spain, played in honour of Nicolau Mir and his fellow medalists in the men's parallel bars competition. The music was originally written by Manuel de Espinosa de los Monteros in 1761. It was first adopted in 1770. It is one of the oldest national anthems out there. The victory ceremony in the women's floor competition. The bronze medal awarded to France's Melanie de Jesus dos Santos. She came in as the top performer in qualification, and she leaves this World Cup in Antalya with a gold medal and a bronze medal. A fine haul for her. Morgane Osisek, her own international teammate, just finishing ahead of her to take second place in the silver medal. A score of 13.667. France winning bronze and silver, but the gold medal goes to a veteran Brazilian, Jade Barbosa, the 32-year-old based in Curitiba, who first competed at the Olympic Games in Beijing in 2008, continues to prove that she can reinvent herself, that she can perform and indeed win at the highest level. With a brilliant score of 13.833, Jade Barbosa is the World Cup champion in Antalya. And we will have now the national anthem of Brazil. The medalists in the women's floor competition. The national anthem of Brazil, the Hino Nacional Brasileiro, played in honour of Jade Barbosa. The victory ceremony for the men's horizontal bar competition. Mehmet Kuluçer of Turkey wins the bronze medal. What a display from him. He gains a mark and a half almost from qualification. And as a result, he's got his first World Cup honours. The winner of the silver medal, Diogo Soares of Brazil, he gains over a mark himself from the preliminary round in a display representative of the raised level of the metaphorical bar in this high bar final. The champion is the Spaniard Joel Plata, European Championship bronze medalist from Munich in 2022 and winner for the first time at this level of a gold medal. And we will now hear the national anthem of Spain. The medalists in the men's horizontal bar competition at the World Challenge Cup in Antalya, Turkey. And so at the conclusion of 10 apparatus finals and a busy session on the turquoise coast of Turkey, it's time to say goodbye. Some new gymnasts coming through, some veterans holding their own, and signs that we could be in for a fascinating Paris 2024 as the season goes on. Thanks very much for your company. I've been Ollie Hogbent, and I'll say farewell until next we meet.
Okay. Thank you so much for watching. Reminder, on Wednesday, this coming Wednesday, as in 3 days, I'm vamping because, okay, there it is. We will be starting day one of the NCAA Women's Gymnastics National Tournament Championship thing, whatever. It is the Michigan Regional Day 1, as in the play-ins. That will be at 1 p.m. Central, 2 p.m. Eastern, and 11 a.m. Pacific. Be there. Wait, hold on. Was that right, math? You know what I mean. Be there or be square. Because if you're not there, you're what? You're not around. That's right, girlfriend. Okay, so that's on Wednesday. Thursday, we have the Arkansas Regional Round 2, Session 1. Cal Regional Round 1, Michigan Regional Round 2, Session 2, and then Arkansas. You know, it's regionals. It's regionals. So join us on Wednesday. I love you so much. Thank you for watching, and have a great flippin' Sunday. Oh, happy Trans Day of Visibility and Easter, I guess, if we celebrate that. Zombie Jesus, we love that. Okay, love you. Bye. Thanks for watching.